much like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does the damage.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Today, it is time to move into our final Super Weekend. And of course, my name's DK. With me, I have another guest, which is going to be Tegel. Tegel, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I am so excited to be involved in this. I'm so excited to see these African teams pop off. And obviously, it's one of my first forays into PUBG Mobile. So I'm going to be the biggest fan here on top of commentating.
Well, that's definitely going to be quite an exciting day. You're actually here on a very interesting day as well, because as I said before, it is going to be for that last Super Weekend for the teams to have an opportunity to try and lock in those points. And we saw quite a bit of fighting coming through on the league play for teams trying to lock in those points, trying to make it up in towards the top 16. And well, as we were talking during the week, we were looking at this team sitting on the bottom end of the leaderboard coming into Super Weekend, looking to have yet another opportunity to potentially come in. And we, in fact, actually have two teams having their first debut right here in this final Super Weekend. So a lot of excitement in store for us here today. But of course, we want to give a big shout out as well going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Sam, we've been talking off camera a little bit about the action that we've been seeing unfolding. Do you have anything in particular that you're going to be looking for here today?
It's very weird for me because obviously I'm a huge PUBG fan and I'm coming from PC. But normally you don't look at the bottom of the leaderboard, do you? But for this Super Weekend, our focus is going to be on the bottom of the leaderboard the entire time. Normally you're looking to see who finishes on top. Not the case, because I'm going to be keeping a close eye. There are two teams not competing for this Super Weekend who are also going to be keeping a close eye, because ultimately their positions are up for grabs.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of heat coming in there. And of course, the two teams that you're referring to on that is going to be Masters Esports and YONKOUS. So they'll have to hope that the efforts that they brought in on the previous two Super Weekends would be enough to secure their slots heading over on towards the finals. As we know, only 16 teams on the overall points will be able to make their way on through. And speaking of which, let's have a quick look at the format that we've been going through over the past few weeks. As we know, we've already now completed our final week of league play, in which we had the 20 teams duking it out, moving up into the Super Weekend, where we see the top 16 teams from league play managing to make their way in. They are going to be playing it out across 5 matches per day, and today being the first of the 3 days for the Super Weekend. And why we've got to be looking at that leaderboard is, as we can see, only the top 16 teams from the combined points coming through on Super Weekend will be making it through into those finals. So there's going to be a lot at stake. And as you said, right, a lot of pressure for these teams looking to try and close up those positions.
This is the big one, right? You've got 3 days of play, 5 games a day, and this is what's important, because at the end of the day, if you don't get the points on the board, you're not making it through to finals, which is where all these teams want to be. The first PMPL Africa, you want to be in the finals, and it's all going to come down to this. Placement points, obviously very important. You want to claim as many of those chicken dinners as you can, but the eliminations as well, that's going to be very important. And eliminations can make or break you on a points difference. So you want to make sure that you finish, ideally, I would say, in sort of the top 4 if you can. And then you make sure that you take out all the competition so you can add some elimination points to the points tally.
Yeah, bringing a lot of havoc and chaos along with that. So the teams will now, as we said before, going to have to utilize the heck out of those point systems. And we've seen the highest point being brought in on a Super Weekend being 198 points. So there is some definite potential for teams to reach that. Once again, will it be easy to achieve? It's not going to be that easy, right? We know everyone here is looking to ensure their slot moving into that top 16. So I'm expecting quite a bit of chaos and potentially maybe a little bit of confusion, hopefully not, but happening and unfolding on that battlefield. But of course, we also have to take a look at the current positioning of these teams sitting on the overall rankings to give us an idea of where they are. As we can see, looking at first page, Cryptics still looking pretty grand up on that pole position, sitting on 396 points for their 5 winner-winner chicken dinners. We know Team Myth also bringing in 6 chickens. So some really strong efforts being put in by the teams sitting on this first page. But I do think the pages of interest today will be our second and third page.
I do think that if you take a look at the top 8, I would argue that these teams have pretty much guaranteed their spots in the finals already. I think if you're over 220 points, you're probably safe. But it's these teams that we're looking at right now that need to be concerned. Of course, Masters Esports, they're going to be a little bit stressed. YONKOUS as well, because they're not playing in the Super Weekend, which means their 2 spots potentially up for grabs. And 3 teams who are desperately going to be trying to grab them: Virtual Gaming, INTRUDER Africa, and Triple Esports. You mentioned those big plays that we've seen on Super Weekends. All 3 of those teams are going to be desperately trying to get that. I think Virtual Gaming has a potential to do that if they can push themselves into some of the higher placements down the line. But it is going to come down to that. And as much as I say, if they can push themselves into the higher places, we've seen those top 8 teams pop off, those 5 chicken dinners, those 6 chicken dinners. Like, that's got to be in the back of your head, because you're going to have to start claiming the same sort of achievements if you want to make it through and knock ultimately those Masters Esports and YONKOUS off the leaderboard. So it's going to be really interesting. And like I said, focusing on the bottom end of the leaderboard, I'm going to try and do quick maths while I'm sitting here. Maths is not my strong point, but as we go, I'll try to work it out as well. But it is going to shift a lot throughout the course of the Super Weekend, and I'm excited to see all the action.
Yeah, and of course, a little bit of the action that we are going to be looking to see would be potentially the players there from Team Umbra managing to land their first winner-winner chicken dinner in a Super Weekend. We did see coming through on League Play, they were able to pick up 2 chicken dinners. Now, that also was their first 2 chicken dinners. As we know, aside from having points being contributed to those placements, nothing else. But being Super Weekend, we know that those chicken dinners are worth an extra little bit more. And of course, speaking about that extra little bit more, let's have a look at the prize pool distribution we have and what the teams essentially are going to be working for. We know league stage, each team will be awarded their $1,500. The MVP for the event will walk away with an additional $1,000. And of course, those winner-winner chicken dinners in Super Weekend being worth $22,500 in total. So that is spread across all 45 chickens. The final 15 chickens are going to be up for grab on this weekend, with 5 of them coming our way just here today. And of course, as we know, making their way up into towards finals, that is where the positions themselves will also be worth an extra additional bit of cash being sent the players or the teams' way. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of fighting coming through on the battlefield, and the pressure will be on. As we said, Team Umbra definitely going to be looking for them to pick up their first winner-winner chicken dinner in a Super Weekend. But also, as we look onto the points, right? Mad Knight, SWAT 69, they're coming into this Super Weekend on a clean slate. So they're going to have to really grind their butts off to try and ensure that they bring in sufficient points to get themselves up into top 16.
You want to get into the top 16 so you can get a taste of that prize money, but I have to say the chicken dinner's got to be in the back of your mind. I'm already hungry for a chicken dinner just looking at how much money you can make. So I'm sure teams that know that they've pretty much done enough to qualify for finals are going to now go, hold on, how do we make some more cash? Because obviously that's a nice bonus. They're going to be fighting for those chicken dinners, which is actually going to make it tougher for the teams that are just trying to qualify for finals, because now you're contesting with teams that are feeling really confident. They don't have anything to lose and are probably going to be far more aggressive when they jump into the lobby, because they want to add some more money to their cash pool.
Yeah, I mean, it throws spanners in the works, it throws toolboxes in the works, it throws a lot of things in the way. And of course, our teams that are going to be playing in this Super Weekend, as we can see all of them currently on screen. But I'm quite interested to see what the players from SWAT 69 as well as the team from Mad Knight are going to be bringing in, right? And the reason why I say that is they've been showing some really great potential coming through in this past week of league play. But also, if we look at a team like Virtual Gaming, for instance, they've just been popping off in this last week, really stepping it up. We know SWAT 69 bringing in a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner over on towards Erangel, and then also the players coming through from Virtual Gaming also managing to find a chicken in the league play. So it does make me hopeful that the teams will now push through coming into this final Super Weekend and potentially kicking off today on a super strong note for them as well.
I do want to ask you, I mean, let's be serious for a minute. Mad Knights and SWAT 69, 0 points in their super weekends. They're sitting on that big donut. That is concerning. As well as they might have played in the league games, you have to be concerned when you've got 0 points. You need to at least, for me, if you want to see yourself in the finals, 0 points is not going to cut it after two super weekends. And this is obviously their final chance to not only get into the finals, but also change that number. And that's going to add a lot of pressure to the players. And I feel like we don't talk enough about the issues with the pressure that comes with that, because it's very quick when that pressure, that anxiety builds up. You're in the team chat with the rest of your team. People get angry. You've got to find a way to stay focused, stay centered, and just play your game.
Yeah, I can't argue with you, and I have to agree 100%. There is going to be a lot of pressure, particularly in the Mad Knight and SWAT 69 camps, because, I mean, bringing in points in a lobby like this, we know this is going to be a really tough competition. But I do think what does kind of count in their favor is that the rest of the lobby has not seen what they are going to be bringing onto the battlefield coming into Super Weekend, because the dynamic does really take quite a bit of a shift coming through from league play up into that following Super Weekend. A lot of things really happen as the teams start doing their VOD reviews and trying to come through with those counter potential plays. But the advantage that SWAT 69 and Mad Knight have here is they've had the opportunity to sit back, do those VOD reviews, look at what the rest of the teams have been doing, because we know everyone has had an opportunity to step into Super Weekend. So they've got that chance now to kind of come up with a strong strategy to potentially try and make it up into that top 16.
I'm curious, DK, what you think about this with Mad Knights and SWAT 69. They've watched the other super weekends, they've VOD reviewed, so you've seen where the teams like to drop, you know, their specific drop spots. How do you, I mean, it's a rhetorical question. We can't really answer it when on the team, but it's always fun to talk about this. How do you do this? Do you say, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to be super aggressive in game number one. We're going to take someone's loot spot. We're going to kind of make sure that everyone knows we're here. And then that way we can really sort of make an impact, possibly put everyone else on the back foot. Or do you make sure that you go somewhere quiet on Erangel, somewhere where no one else is playing, and you kind of just play your own game? What do you think their strategy is going to be?
Well, I do think that there's two potential strategies. As we can see, of course, we have a very Erangel heavy day here. Now, Erangel is kind of that bread and butter, as we know, of PUBG, right? Because it's the map that gets played the most. So I do think one of the strategies is if they potentially invested a lot of time into seeing what the opposing teams, or particularly their target teams, are doing with regards to Erangel, looking to find a way to either get a position in which they could move into and kind of just lay low a little bit, or potentially try and find themselves in a more advantageous position where they could definitely leverage the element of surprise that could be working out in their favor. The strategy that we saw come through from SWAT 69 over in towards Erangel on the, well, that was, yeah, over on Erangel in the league play, there is some potential in that, but I'd love to see them now look to develop that even further, potentially now coming into the Super Weekend and really, you know, bringing that one home, driving it home as far as they can. And of course, the same goes for Mad Knight. Some really interesting rotations coming in from both these teams, but now it all comes down to whether or not those options are going to be working coming into this particular lobby, because they know all the other teams, they are in this, then they are super serious, right? They're here, they want to ensure that they have those positions locked into potentially get into the finals.
To get into the finals, and those top 8 teams who know that their position is pretty much confirmed for the most part. As I say that, though, obviously they still have to pop off this weekend. They need to get those points, but they'll be fighting for those chicken dinners, meaning potentially a little bit more aggression from them, changing up the pace a little bit. How do you think that's going to affect those teams sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard?
It's going to make it tough, right? Let's be serious here, because it's not going to be a walk in the park for the teams sitting on the lower end of the leaderboard. They are out here to try and push for points, and as you said, the team sitting higher up could potentially be pushing to, you know, add a little bit more to the bank, because we know chicken dinners with money. So it's going to be quite a big challenge for them. But ideally here, I do think if they are able to come in with a few dynamic approaches, be that aggressive or passive or a bit of a balance of both, they'll have to hope that the team they're going up against, that strategy would kind of allow for them to utilize it. Because let's say, for instance, they come in trying to just rotate up and they rotate into where a team is that is super aggressive, they're not really going to last all that long, unless, of course, they are able to pull a few giraffes out of hats or something.
For sure. Now, I mean, you mentioned giraffes. We are from Africa, so they could have those giraffes in those hats. Who knows? I mean, I don't know how they would have fit them in there. I'm trying to think if you had a helmet, if you could get maybe a toy giraffe in the helmet. But we're completely digressing now. I'm curious as well, obviously, for someone who's just jumped in, maybe this is the first Super Weekend that they're watching. Which is the teams that you think they should be keeping an eye on? Which are the teams that you think are going to bring us the most action? Tough question, I know, DK, but I'd like to put you on the spot.
Yeah, like I even got asked this in an interview, and I was just like, wow, I don't even know how even to begin to answer the question, right? But based on what we've been seeing, just based on the previous Super Weekend and what we saw coming into the league play, I definitely think the players from Virtual Gaming could be a team to watch because they've been showing some really great potential. And then also I do think Team Umbra, right? They've been able to grab 2 chickens, and they need a chicken. So yeah, for now, those will be the 2 teams I'm going to be going for, saying Virtual Gaming and Team Umbra.
I really was impressed with Virtual Gaming. I know that they're fighting for a spot in the finals, but I think that they're looking really good. Maybe they just needed a couple of weeks to get a feel for each other to potentially warm up. But I think what's most exciting when you take a look, and we are in the final Super Week, so it's a weekend, so it's important to chat about this, is just the level of PUBG Mobile that we're getting in Africa. I mean, I think it's exciting that this is the first one for us, but the level is so high, and I'm just so hyped that the continent's being recognized. And I think that this is only just going to grow the players, grow the teams, and hopefully also create a space where new teams want to pop in and say, hey, we also want to be noticed. So it's really exciting to be here, to see who's going to be in the finals, and just to see the level of gameplay just improve week after week.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. This is an absolutely fantastic starting point coming through, because you've seen a lot of other regions, they've had several opportunities to participate in PMPLs and PMGCs and, all these big events. And this being the first one focused on the Africa continent, looking at the caliber of the teams performing now, I think it's a really good start, right? And a lot of people sometimes forget that this is only the first PMPL, right? This region hasn't necessarily been participating in many other ones. Yes, there's teams like Cryptics, for instance, that have made their way all the way in towards the global championships, but that is because they've had that opportunity in a different region to play and make their way into that. So it's good bringing that knowledge into this particular scene, into the African continent, because we can see that growth now being forced onto all the other teams, because if they don't grow and they don't evolve, they will not be able to keep up. And I mean, so far, it does seem like there's some pretty tough competition coming in and amongst these teams. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, Sam, we're getting ready to hop over into our first match of the day, heading straight up in towards Erangel. But aside from the teams having their first opportunity coming into the battlefield here, we know we've got a few other added extra little bonus things coming in, and we'll be discussing those as they pop up on screen. But definitely the viewers will have to keep their eyes absolutely nailed to the screen to not miss out on anything. And of course, well, we are starting our flight path off all the way from that Malta Power, heading towards Primorsk. And I do think this is going to be a comfortable zone, particularly for the teams that like to frequent those more southern positions. Unfortunately, we know Masters Esports not here, so curious to see who's going to be venturing down in towards that Sosnovka military base. But of course, Intruder just heading up into their home ground.
I want a military zone just because I like a little bit of chaos early on. But maybe we'll have to wait and see what happens. But it'll be interesting now. I'm keen to see what the pace of this first game is. I think it's going to be pretty passive as everyone feels themselves out, just gets a feel for what all the teams want to do. So I'm curious to see where we go.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a little bit nerve-wracking having two new teams in, if we can put it that way. Of course, they've been playing against each other coming through in League Week, but Super Weekend is a whole different beast. And of course, starting us off will be that lovely Western Zone. So nothing out of the ordinary, nothing too crazy. We've seen a few of these Western zones come through, and the team's really coping quite well with regards to those rotations. I do think the only compromise here was, of course, that slightly more southern flight path making its way on through. But the teams, they do seem to be respecting the drop locations, at least for the time being. But I'm expecting maybe a few fights breaking out, looking at how close some of these teams are to each other.
I'm a bit disappointed with Erangel not giving me a military circle, but you know, we have 3 other opportunities, so I will just wait for that.
Ooh, yeah. Well, speaking about waiting for that, of course, as I've mentioned, we do have a few extra things coming through. So starting from today all the way through to the 13th of April, the PUBG Mobile Club Open, so the PMCO spring season is now open. So you can follow the links in the live chat, the pinned message, and you can join the PMCO with your squad. So looking forward to seeing who we could have making their way up in towards the battlefield. But in the meantime, the team's going to be looking to make their way on through. We've got the players here from Mad Knight getting off to a little bit of a tough start. They've, of course, landed up amongst the players here from the side of Team Unique. Now, as we know, Team Unique, relatively well situated on that leaderboard, but this is going to be a very important engagement coming through for the players here from Mad Knight.
And while the players are competing for all the cash money and a chance to get into the grand finals, we're going to give you a little something as well. So head on over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa YouTube and Facebook pages. We're going to have a question in the live chat, and if you answer correctly, you can win some of the goodies that you saw on your screen earlier on. I'm interested now with Unique and Mad Knights. I don't think that they both realized they were as close as what they were, but I think that Unique has figured it out. Wondering if they're going to choose to, no, they're not. I was going to say maybe they would disengage from this. I think it's early on, but it seems that both Mad Knights and Unique, they know that the other team is there. So now it's a question of whether or not they take this engagement. What would you do? Do you think that one of them should possibly choose to leave this, or is it time to fight it out, DK?
I mean, looking at Unique's position, they are very, very split up. So ideally, I'd love to see them condense that a little bit more, because Exist has no backup really to speak of. We did see Winky rotating up a little bit further on towards that southern side, but now Exist is completely exposed, trying to hide from the beast, and up comes Agent 47, laying down those devastating blows, and off they go. First one down for the count. Winky gonna try and make a bit of a bounce back from here, but up comes Zero Tolerance as well now. So Lord looking to add into the chaos we see erupting. And I mean, strangely enough, a lot of these teams coming in with very, very split drop locations on the first game here today. So I am a little bit concerned with that. But it does seem like Team Unique not looking to get overly aggressive. You know, they were trying to potentially save Exist, but they saw, you know, it wasn't really going to be happening just yet. So let's maybe look to regroup elsewhere.
I do find that a 2v2 split can work quite well for a team. So when you take a look at the first 3 teams we looked at, specifically, obviously, the teams that were in that battle, they all were Unique, had the 3-1 split, which I actually think could have worked really well as a pincer with Mad Knights, but didn't quite work out that way for them. But I'm curious as to whether the teams realized that the other teams were in their space. Because when you do a split like that, it works really well if you've got eyes on where everyone else is. In the early game, it allows you to get more loot. It allows you to scout areas better. But I don't think that they realized the other teams were as close as they were. And in those cases, especially like we saw with the case of Unique, doesn't work that well when you split up like that and you don't know that there's a team slap bang in the middle of your splits. And unfortunately, that early engagement for Mad Knight and Unique, now they're both a player down. It's early on. You don't want to be 3 men in a 4-man lobby.
Yeah, it makes things particularly challenging. Looking at the competition they are going up against, you ideally want to bring in everyone that you can spare. And speaking about spare, I mean, Intruder, they've got a lot of spare time now to make use of, right? We see them all the way over in towards the Nova crates. No one for quite some distance around them, so they can actually just use the peace and quiet to get themselves well established before looking to push back up in towards the zone. But yeah, ideally early game, I understand why the teams go for the splits, but you gotta take it with a pinch of salt as well, right? You can't have one player sitting in Sanhok, the other one sitting in Miramar, and then the other player sitting on Erangel. That's a little bit too much of a split, right? You gotta be within reach of each other. Should something arise. But also there's a lot of information that can be gathered from those drops. But you know, if you're too far apart, you can't really relay the information quick enough for it to be effective at that point.
100%. You want to make sure that if you're going to do the split, it's a strategic split, and you've got to be near one another at any time, so that should an engagement take place, you can jump in and you can help each other out. You can rotate quickly in and out. I think being too far apart, as we see with some of the teams, is concerning for me. I'm not quite sure what the game plan is, but you know, I also don't play professional PUBG, so what do I know?
Yeah, all we can do is speculate, right? All we can do is speculate and say what we think would have worked. And I've had a few times where I've actually gone into a lobby with a few people from the community, and they're like, well, you know, you talk all this, let's see whether you can apply any of that, right? I'm sad to say that I'm usually the first one to get sent back to the lobby, so
Nothing wrong with that. We're talking about the splits, and what I think is interesting, so you can't see this obviously on the feed you're watching right now, but when you take a look at the map, ZTS has this very weird thing where they've actually got one of their members right up near shooting range, and the other three have moved into ruins. And that's the thing that we're talking about with the splits. That to me is really concerning, because Skydu's going to have to come across water to get to them. While they're lucky that they're relatively in the zone moving towards Gaka, I would be concerned about a split like that. But as I say, they're jumping in vehicles, but you can see that that's the case where I worry about whether it's just a one man left behind and you've kind of forgotten about it and headed off. So splits can be really good, like we mentioned, strategically very smart, and I'm sure we'll see that during the course of Super Weekend. But sometimes, as two of our teams already know, they can also be the reason that you're down a man and we haven't even seen the second zone pop up.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with the strategically delayed rotation, right? Sometimes it is quite beneficial having that off-angle player coming in a little bit later, being able to find a few advantageous angles to play from. But looking at where the zone has now shifted, it's not too pressing for the teams, right? They can kind of continue on with their strategy that they were looking to bring on through. But we do, however, see the players there from Blackjack now coming under fire as one of their teammates now has rather to pack their bags and make their way in towards the lobby once again. But a big mash convergence now coming in towards that more center zone. We've got Unique, we've got G3, we've got Triple Esports, we've got Super Young Stars, we've got SWAT69, Umbra, everyone just cramming themselves into the center zone position.
Everyone is coming in. You want to move into the center. It's a pretty standard zone. They kind of know where it's going to go. And you can see there's just this complete build-up of all these teams. And that's where we get to see this action. Team Umbra already in the firefights. I think everyone's going to be contesting for the same spots. They want to set themselves up nice and clean. And this is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. SWAT69 now just trying to get the lay of the land there. But Super Young Stars looking to apply a bit of pressure onto Master here from Triple Esports. As we can see, Triple Esports still having the full squad up and able. But again, those splits coming through. Master will get pinched on down. Oh, Scron Boy sends in a beautiful nade to pick up that knock as well as the confirmation. So one of the other situations where that little bit of separation coming through from the team did not really pay off all too well. But now, Triple Esports being in a position where they are still able to look to find another angle to potentially apply the pressure now back in return onto the Super Young Stars.
Super Young Stars was very clever there. So you had that building, and obviously Triple Esports, they had the top of it, but they knew that the player was at the top. And it's quite easy when you've got that isolated player. I think that they've done a good job of seeing that there was no one else around. You've got an isolated player at the top. It's very easy then to say, you know what, we can ultimately flush this player out. We know what we need to do. We can use our utils effectively and flush. That's exactly what they did, and it was a good play from them.
Yeah, can't argue with that. But again, now the rotations continue to make their way through. We got the players here from the Intruders moving up alongside the squad here from Darkness, but they have to be careful because we also see the players from Unique just positioned over on the other side on that western front. And of course, G3 also not too far away. But for the time being, the team's just trying to gather as much information as they can. Muster here, not looking to get overly aggressive just yet. You said this before, the teams could potentially be a little bit more cautious. And I think they're coming in with a lot more of those calculated approaches, right? They don't want to risk it all in the first match.
You don't want to risk it all in the first match, and you also know that it's really important to make the end game right now. So these early altercations can be, and I say early, I wouldn't say we're early now, but definitely early on altercations, potentially losing players, potentially ending up back in the lobby. If you're focusing on the points, this is not something that you want. You've got to be 100% confident that if you take a fight, you can win it. Intruders are well aware that darkness is there. They've seen them, they spotted them earlier, and you can see that they're choosing to disengage, which I think is smart because I don't think that they realized that Unique was just over the hill. And of course, if that battle had happened between Intruders and Darkness, then Unique could have just waited and casually come in third party. So that was a smart opportunity to disengage and just proof that sometimes it's worthwhile not to necessarily take the fight. Look at that, a nice center circle for us, DK, and you're going to see all these teams rotate. We saw that squash up earlier on. I think it's going to happen all over again. And I'm always curious, what do you think the best rotates in is? Do you go straight for Gaka? Do you go straight for the middle? Or do you choose to play on the edge of the zone?
I do think looking at the way the kind of the majority of the teams are pushing into more center zone, I do think edge could potentially be a little bit more of a worthwhile approach for these teams. But speaking of that, Cryptics are playing exactly that, right? We see them push on the edge of zone, just focusing their efforts in on towards the players here from Zero Tolerance. Skydo is down, Hates is down, the quick rares coming through. Not quite sure whether or not Skydo is going to be able to make it out of that one. Fortunately, Vortex is there to provide a little bit of that assistance. But Marshall, Senke, and the rest of the squad coming through here from Cryptics, they are not going to hold back, right? They're going to look to clean up the edge as much as they possibly can before potentially looking now to advance their way a little bit further inwards. So we can see also they have that anchor point set up towards Laserboy. So it's good to get that kind of that foothold in the zone, and then just kind of try and blaze the way on through, as we see them do quite often though. But center zone, this is where the pressure is going to be super high. Intruder being one of those teams looking to make their way up in towards top 16, right? So they are playing quite cautiously, trying to be very decisive as to which engagements they are going to be taking.
G3's got this compound quite nicely locked down where they're sitting, and I wonder now about the battle that's going to happen here, because I think between these two teams, between Intruder and G3, they're going to want to take that over, and I think that this is now going to come down to a battle for compounds, because ideally you want to set yourself up nicely for the final zones. And it's curious because I'm not sure all of them have realized who else is in the mix, but very soon I think what we're going to have is a PUBG Mobile, I don't even want to call it a sandwich. It's going to be a fruit salad, because all of these teams are going to be jumping on one another very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting position, particularly that they're pulling in towards the Chopsticks region. There's a lot of rather tricky angles to play from there. But also looking over on towards the western side, this is where we now have the players here from 1 Million Esports trying to gatekeep the advances here from Virtual Gaming. Virtual Gaming performing exceptionally well, coming in to the previous Super Weekend as well as the last week of League play. But now it all comes down to this final Super Weekend. Will they be able to keep up the momentum that they've been building on so hard over the past few days of play?
I think that if Virtual can get the high ground off 1 Million, because 1 Million's got themselves quite nice on this little hill. Obviously, they have the vehicles there for extra coverage, but I think that it could help to potentially try to take that spot from them, just so that you can do a little bit better scouting. And, oh, wow, as I say that, here we go. This is going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm loving this because, I mean, Cryptics, Triple Esports already well established within the zone. Same can be said for Super Young Stars and, of course, G3 we see on the edge. Intruder, almost there. They've got about at least one player having a bit of a foot in zone, but a lot of fighting could be coming in from that southern side, as we see Darkness, Lusail, Unique, as well as the players there from Mad Knight now looking for a rotational path. Virtual Gaming kind of coming into that same region as well, all heading in towards the south. But this is where Cryptics are now going to be looking to just dominate that northern territory, because they are already well established within the compounds. And now we see Zero Tolerance, the players from Blackjack, as well as Slime 4KT looking to move in. And of course, the players here from Cryptics, they are just lighting up that feed.
I'm just going to jump off. There are some fights happening, but Intruders and G3, if that circle shifts in their direction at some point, they're in a really good place for the end game. But at some point, they are going to have to go at each other, which we spoke about earlier. However, that's not important, because what's really important is the fight that's happening on your screen right now.
Ooh, yeah, and it is now all down to Whiskey to try and hold on. There's a 1v1 play, and with that, Whiskey steps up with the clutch, gets the squad wipe in on Lusail. The first team getting sent back into the lobby. Only took them 16 minutes and 50 seconds for the first team to pack their bags. And this could be indicative of what we could be expecting to see for the remainder of our games. Of course, now Virtual Gaming, hearing the shots going off, looking to potentially swing by with a little bit of a third party. Darkness now having a great opportunity here to quickly try and just get a quick reset in. But Alphalugi not going to be allowing too much of that as a beautiful nade now comes in. The vehicle explosion gets that knock in towards Whiskey. Up comes Alphalugi with another one looking to get a full squad wipe. Oh, but fortunately, Darkness holding up into the Wizard Tower. The pressure is going to be on as the players now from Virtual start to move on in. Alphalugi, one shot. Zeus Petrox looking to dial it home. Will they be able to pick it up? Tornado waiting on the outside. We got Moment positioned on that top story. But the pressure is going to come in. Only one well-placed nade is all that is required for this fight to come to a very abrupt end. For Darkness, they don't want to make their way back in just yet. Jumping up the window, the shots come through. Moment. Oh, down they go. And with that, it is quite a dark play coming in for Darkness as they are our second team getting sent back. But now, PRZ comes in for the side here of Umbra. The last remaining hopeful, looking to pick up a few eliminations. Oh, that bounce is deadly.
I mentioned this earlier about Virtual Gaming getting the high ground on this hill, right? And the benefit it is. And you saw what they were able to do this, taking Darkness out because they had the ability from that hill to get in the necessary utils. They could obviously put pressure on with their nades, with their smokes and jump in. But now they found themselves in a situation where they are at the bottom and Umbra's got that high ground advantage. So it will be interesting to see how they handle this, if they're able to defend the area they're in without necessarily having the sights. Saying that though, there's only one player. I think that they should be okay. They've just got to flush them out.
Yeah, but PRZ, as we've seen from the previous days of play, PRZ, a very capable player, now going to be looking to be as much of a thorn in the side here of Virtual Gaming as they possibly can be. Of course, Petrox sends out that nade. Oh, Petrox does not survive it, and with that, Umbra have to pack their bags and make their way shimmying back in towards the lobby. But the team's now continuing to look to try and find a potential angle to play. Slime 4KT, Cryptics, and the players here from the side of 1 million we see just off in the distance. It's going to be pretty tough, particularly on the northern side. Cryptics, we know, super aggressive team. Slime also showing some great potential in the past few days. But will they be able to make enough of a stand to stop the players here from Cryptics? You can see the entire squad from Cryptics now looking to roll on through Plaza. Just hoping and praying that they can find those angles to work out in their favor. But the rush is going to come through. The smoke is going to start to dissipate momentarily. Oh, but there we go. Pronto spots the first one. Not finding any of those hits just yet. The rush will continue to build. Oh, Cryptics. Such a strong push coming through. And I'm not quite sure whether or not Pronto will be able to survive this. No, down they go. Slime also now making their way on back. Cryptics bringing in even more eliminations. That, of course, being their first few eliminations as they find them onto the players there from Slime. 4 under their belt. But G3 also now starting to pop off. We can see them already sitting on 8 as they now turn to eFlex, the last hope from 1 million. Also getting sent into the lobby. Down we go to the final 6 teams. It is going to be the players there from PMPL Esports, Zero Tolerance, Virtual Gaming, SWAT 69, Cryptics, and of course G3. But who will be the one to walk away? At this point, it's so tough to say because all the teams that have made it up into this final few phases, they've been showing great potential, right? They've been showing that they are eager to take those winner chicken dinners home.
As we get into these final battles, I just want to point out G3 did a really good rotation. They were stuck in that compound right next to Intruder. The zone shifted. They needed to move. I thought that there might be a firefight between them and Intruders, but they shifted very fast, found themselves on the edge. Huge battle between a stack of teams, and they used the aggression that they're known for to ultimately come out. And now they've got the points on the board. They've been able to rotate themselves into this battle, but they're still playing the edge. And I do think playing the edge here is what you need to do. It's working really well for them, and it's been an impressive play from them so far. However, at some point they are going to have to move in, and I'm going to be curious because I see 69's also starting to move in as well, how this plays out. How do you do this? Do you wait, let everyone else take each other out, come in right at the end, or do you now come in guns blazing, throw those nades, throw those mollies, and just cause some chaos? We're going to have to find out how the teams decide to play this.
I think it's going to be a little bit of a balance between the two, right? You're going to see some teams looking to potentially just blaze on through, but looking at the position we see here from Cryptics, right? They are no need really to come blazing through in any direction. They can just stay kind of perched up on the roof. They are nearly within that zone, only a few meters away, so it's not going to take all that much for them to get themselves into that next phase once the blue zone starts closing on through. Of course, already Senke picking up that first head on towards Twix, and now SWAT is going to be down to only Yash to potentially look and bring it all the way back, but the confirmation comes through. We also see Virtual Gaming under quite a bit of pressure, just ahead rather there of SWAT 69. But again, now Cryptics just looking to leverage these compounds to the utmost, right? Triple Esports also positioning in compounds, but we're not seeing any of those engagements come through. Meanwhile, SWAT also, down goes Yash. And a few more eliminations being picked up there by the side of Cryptics.
Cryptics has themselves in a really good position, so they're able to pick off teams as those teams try to rotate. However, Triple on the other side is going to have a benefit as well because they have sights of those teams coming in from the south. So I'd be curious to see if they're going to use that. And as I say that, it looks like Cryptics is actually going to abuse that, and they're now starting to shoot out on the G3 team. They really set themselves up well here because they had sights on everyone coming in from the zone. They've got a little bit of the protection of the compounds, and that's helping them out a little bit. So it'll be good for them, but at some point they are going to have to move out of that compound, and they've given up their spot. Everyone knows where they are now.
But they've already just gone to town on the majority of these teams, right? Already opening up a lot of potential weaknesses. And now you can see Virtual Gaming and G3 having a little bit of a trade-off. Of course, Triple Esports also going to be looking to come through with the swings there, as we have Miramar just pushing into that more centralized position, pulling up alongside the players there from G3. But unfortunately, Senke is just able to bully them down all the way. But I'm curious to see what Cryptics are going to be doing here. They still have controlling numbers. In fact, they are the only squad still sitting with 4 players up. G3 also has their 3 players just positioned a little bit further up ahead. But from what Cryptics have been doing so far, it's going to be really tough for G3, Triple, and Virtual Gaming to make enough of a bounce back. But it is still a very much possible play.
Cryptics was lucky in that they have some vehicles in front of those compounds. They've obviously now got to move because the zone is closing, but they can use some of the vehicles for coverage, which I think is really smart. They'll be able to set themselves up. But I do want to point your attention to the fact that Virtual Gaming and Triple Esports are still in this. 2 teams that are fighting to get into the top 16 for the grand finals. And they're going to find themselves in the top 4 placement points. They need to get some kills now. As I say, that Virtual Gaming is out, but 4th place, it's not bad on the point scale for them.
Yeah, definitely not a bad place to be, but now the pressure is on. Triple Esports still have to find their way into the zone. G3, as well as the players here from Cryptics, they have a few controlling angles. We can see a few of those knocks now also coming in towards the players here from Cryptics, as Carry Boy and Marshall now goes down. Flacco sending out a beautiful nade, so well placed. But now it turns to Senke and Lazy Boy to try and just get Marshall back on his feet before the pressures of this next zone is upon them. But G3 looking golden, but Triple Esports also still trying their best to get in. And I do think the engagements now coming through between G3 and Cryptics could be a little bit of an opportunity for Triple to quickly come into that phase.
Never mind coming in. I actually think Triple has purposely gone slowly. They've heard the firefights. They know these 2 teams are fighting one another. This is a perfect third-party opportunity for them. Slow down. Just, wait. Sit on the blue. Do this slowly, because ultimately what you want is Cryptics and G3 to take each other out, and then you can come in right at the end, right? So I believe Triple has actually purposely slowed down their push into the zone to let these 2 fight it out. They can hear the bullets. They can hear the noise. It's smart from them. Is it going to pay off, though? This could be risky as well. And as I say that, I think they're going to get spotted very soon. So I'm not sure if this is going to work for them. However, it could be the smartest move we've seen.
And it is, of course, that snake down now. We can see a lot of the teams just going prone, just trying to stay as well hidden as they possibly can. It is going to be a 3v3v3 moving in as we make our way towards that 7th zone closure, but also moving up in towards the 8th phase. But I'm liking the approaches coming through here. I mean, G3 trying to spread themselves out, but they got to be careful, as you said, right? Triple right there alongside them. But we also know Triple Esports being one of those teams that are chasing points. They're currently coming into today sitting on a grand total of 78 points. Now, already being in this position is doing some fantastic things for them, because not only are they bringing in those placement points, but they also have the elimination points coming in alongside those. But it does seem like to be a little bit of a standoff for the time being. But I don't think it's going to take too long before these teams actually start just lighting up what is left of this map.
Sneaky little snakes all waiting in the grass. You don't want to be the first one to take on an engagement. You want to wait, let the two other teams in the circle do it, and then come in right at the end. Also, do you know how fit you have to be to crawl around on the ground like this? I don't know if anyone realizes these players are machines. As I say that, Cryptics has decided that they will be the first one to take the engagement. Spots Triple, takes the shot. Here we go. Thor69 looks like he's going to go down. Cryptics has decided they want those elimination points.
Yeah, the laser focus now coming through, but the beauty about this is you focus your efforts on one team and it opens up an opportunity for another team to come in swinging. Now, it is down to AWM and Miramar to try and maybe send a few well-placed nades across. It does reach, picking up Senke. There we go. That is absolutely beautiful from Miramar. But now, looking to pick up the last few as the shots come through the grass. Miramar gets straight off AWAM. Also now, wait, Miramar is not down just yet. He made down to like 1 HP, just narrowly escaping their entrance back into the lobby. But up comes G3 now, looking to capitalize on the distraction being caused here by Triple. But will this be the downfall of Cryptics? Now it is down to Marshall, the last remaining hopeful for Cryptics, to just make it in. G3 down to 2. Cryptics now confirmed onto 1. I don't think Miramar is going to get that res in on the teammate. No, AWM goes down, and it's going to be a 1v1v2 in favor of G3. Already 15 eliminations coming in there for the side of G3. They are just setting this lobby alight, but down goes Marshall. Woo! Triple makes it up into the top 2. Will they be walking away with that chicken, or will it go into the hands of G3? Well, G3, Sam, they definitely have the numbers advantage here.
As you say that, there we go. G3 gets the chicken dinner. It was going to happen because, unfortunately, Triple had given away their spots when they had the firefight with Cryptic, and that meant that G3 knew exactly where they needed to go to take the players out, and they claimed the first chicken dinner, and I think it's fitting considering they're the South African team. Both you and I are from South Africa, so makes sense. That's how we have to head off the Super Weekend, right?
Yeah, some really great things being dealt there. And, of course, you know, nothing wrong with those winner-winner chicken dinners coming in. But, of course, G3 not only stopping at the chicken, they look to take out as much of the lobby as they possibly can. So it does seem like their strategy coming into this weekend is going to be to try and absolutely demolish everyone they can find, anything they see moving. So a really strong effort being put in there by the side of G3. And we know sometimes Erangel is a map that they perform quite well on, but also other times not so much. So it's really great to see such a beautiful performance coming through there from them. But I also got to commend the players coming through there from Triple Esports, managing to last so long into that phase, taking that second position. That is what we want to see more of. So the teams on that lower end of the leaderboard really putting in as much effort as they possibly can manage to try and advance those points.
They need to do that for the points. I do want to point out Cryptics and G3 did really good rotates throughout that game. What you saw is both of them played the edge of the zone very well. G3 set themselves up quite nicely in the compound. They had intruders just across from them. When it came time to move from the compound, I was curious because I knew intruders knew where G3 was. They moved very fast. It turned out they'd had vehicles waiting, so they knew that they could get in and move very quickly, moved in, picked up a fight or two, but were confident enough to take those fights and then move themselves back into the zone. What they did there in the end game, which was very clever, was between the Cryptics and Triple fight, G3 kind of played it a little bit passively, so snaking along in the grass, but didn't give up where they were at any given point. Occasionally, they would take a pop or two, but then move themselves out. They allowed Triple and Cryptics to battle it out, and ultimately, Triple was then giving away their position so G3 could end it. And I think that was really smart, and it just shows you the difference between being very aggressive, thinking only about elimination points, and then also thinking more about the long game and say, you know what, if we just chill, and that's something that's very difficult, and I think professional players get it, is understanding when to fight and when to just wait, which is exactly what they did.
Yeah, some beautiful plays coming through. And of course, speaking about those strategies, let's have a look at the highlights.
Can we please talk about those two teams at the bottom, though, that were coming into this super weekend, and it was all to play for them? What an incredible start. Specifically, obviously, it was Intruder and Triple Esports, and both of them finishing up in the top 6. That's going to be fantastic for them from a points point of view, and what a good start for them. Look at that. They're going to be really happy.
Yeah, I mean it is a good start to the day, and all they got to do now is just look to build on the momentum, right? That is going to be absolutely key, absolutely essential for them. But of course, G3, right, sitting up in pole position, 17 eliminations coming in alongside that. They don't have to worry about any momentum or anything of the sort. We know they came into today sitting in 5th place. Now, this being their 4th winner chicken dinner that they've been able to find so far in the Super Weekends. But yes, we got to look to the teams looking to push up that leaderboard. Virtual Gaming being one of them, SWAT 69 being one of the other teams looking to just advance themselves and get those positions locked in, dialed in. But of course, this is the first page, right? So we need to look at that second page, and this is where we now see where the rest of the lobby is. We got Intruder also positioned on this side, bringing in that 1 point. Mad Knight, unfortunately, not being able to find any points just yet. But as we know, there's still 4 more maps to go, so 4 more opportunities for those potential point gains. But what makes it a little bit scary is the further we get in, the tougher it becomes, because the higher the amount of points are that you will have to be bringing in.
I made a mistake earlier. I mentioned Intruder instead of Virtual and Triple Esports. Intruder getting a whole 1 point, so my mistake there. I was just getting a little bit excited. I am concerned about Mad Knight, though, DK, because they're still on that donut. And that's a problem, because like you said, now you've got a situation where the other team that was sitting on the donuts, SWAT 69, has just got themselves a big chunk of points. They're going to move out of there. The moment the gap between you and the 15th team starts hitting the double digits, which it now has, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I am mistaken. There'll be some teams sitting with maybe 1 or 2 points. We'll check in a little bit. But my issue is that if you're sitting on a donut now, the moment that gap gets bigger and bigger, you have a huge problem, because playing catch up is one thing, but playing that much catch up, at some point you're going to look and realize that the mountain is too high to scale. So I do think that they're going to have to take a step back, have a conversation, figure out what they're going to do. But SWAT 69 did what needed to be done. They came in today, first game, they put those points on the board. They're going to feel a lot more confidence, and that's going to help. I worry about Mad Knights at this point because I think that donut is going to suddenly weigh very heavy on their shoulders, and it could potentially cause them to struggle in the future games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the amount of pressure is starting to build, and as you were talking about that kind of gap being created, it is starting to increase. The longer they take to step up and bring in those points, the more challenging it will become to try and close up those gaps, and also the teams up ahead of them will just have even more opportunities to try and increase that lead. And there's going to be a lot of fighting coming in from the teams trying to secure the top 16 points, because we know it's going to be those seats moving in towards the finals. So a lot of pressure on the shoulders for these teams. But we'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are. Let us know on Facebook and Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. Tell us your thoughts. Tell us who do you think are going to be bringing in those winner chicken dinners right here today. And while you do that, we are going to be hopping into a quick break while we get our second match ready. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
I think we should hang around a little bit before we go and let you know that you can win a little something yourself. So while you're watching in the live chat here at PUBG Mobile Esports Africa, either on YouTube or Facebook, make sure that you watch out for that special question, because if you get the answer right, you see what's on your screen right now, make sure that you enter, because you can grab some of that.
Yeah, quite an exciting thing to make on through. Of course, you know, the lucky drop, it pops up unexpectedly, so it was a nice little surprise. You know, it's a delayed April Fool's joke coming through. Haha. Not really, but whatever. Of course, be sure to get in on that lucky drop. And yeah, now for real, we are going to be hopping into a break, so we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. First match done and dusted. We saw the players there from G3 coming in with an absolutely devastating performance. 17 eliminations brought in that first match. Absolutely insane. But of course, we are getting to roll into our next match, which is going to be over on towards Miramar. But before we go anywhere, of course, we have to give a big shout out going to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022 official streaming platform partner. So much love going out to them. But of course, now, Sam, it is time for us to make our way towards Miramar. And I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing into the desert because first match kicked off onto a really strong note.
The first match was incredible. We just saw teams that maybe, I mean, SWAT 69 started the day on 0 points, and now not so much. They're up in the double digits. So I'll be curious to see how Miramar plays out. I do think obviously the strategy has to be a little bit different when you start hitting the sand. And I'm wondering, someone like a team like G3 who popped off, Erangel's a strong map for them. How strong are they going to be on Miramar? Are they going to be able to keep that momentum going? That's the big thing. But of course, if you want to make the finals, you're going to have to be strong on all 3 maps. No excuses today.
Yeah, we know Miramar also is quite a strong map coming in for the side of G3, but I'd still ideally like to see Team Umbra stepping up, grabbing a winner chicken dinner, right? They've shown their capabilities coming through on League Week and being able to do exactly that. So who knows? Maybe Miramar might be the one for them to step up and just walk away with that lovely winner chicken dinner. The pressure is, of course, going to be on. We are still going to be looking at the positions and the points being brought in for our 5 teams sitting at the lower end of the leaderboard. And it's going to be a crazy fight, right? Because we know only 16 teams can advance forward. They've got 3 days to fight it out, but today they have to try and lay down those foundations, get the groundwork done, get a good set amount of points already locked in before returning into the next day of play.
DK, I'm concerned. Do you think that Umbra is hungry? Are you worried about them? Are they not eating enough? Because you're very focused on making sure that they get this chicken dinner. What's going on? What do you know that we don't know? Are they struggling? Do we need to send them some chocolates?
I don't think they're struggling, right? Umbra, with regards to points, they're looking good, right? But looking at the position in which they're up in the top 10, and they're the only team in the top 10 that does not have a winner chicken dinner just yet. Everyone else around them has found chicken dinners, well, at least a minimum of one. So I don't want them to be the odd one out because we know not only do the points matter in Super Weekend, but also, there's an extra little bit of cash coming in alongside that. And I mean, if I had my way, I would give everyone a chicken, at least one.
This is why this is not how competition works. You can't give everyone a chicken dinner. Right, here we go. You can see there that we've got that southeast playing path taking our teams out, and now it's time for them to figure out where they're going to drop.
And chase chickens, right? That's what they want to go for. But looking at the flight path, yes, it is a little bit more up towards the northern side. So this is where it's going to be interesting because we know places like La Drillera, Chumacera, Los Leones are just somewhat out of reach from the flight path. But there's nothing that wouldn't stop the teams from hopping into a quick vehicle and potentially rotating further down south. I'm curious to see what Cryptics are going to be doing. We know they like to frequent Val del Mar all the way down on towards that southwestern side. So you could potentially see them drop down, grab a vehicle, and then just heating themselves over into that direction. Of course, the players from G3, no surprise, moving straight up in towards San Martin. And yeah, also looking forward to seeing what will Impala be bringing.
I just want to update you on the point situation here. Obviously, SWAT 69 got themselves 8 points in that last game, but the gap between them and Triple Esports, who's sitting in 17th currently on the leaderboard, is huge. It's more than 90 points. So SWAT 69, if they want to be in competition for those top 16 spots, are going to have to pull off what they pulled off in that first game here on Miramar as well. So curious to see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a demanding play for them. And the same, of course, can be said still for the players there from Mad Knight. At least if we look at the points, Sam, they we don't have to do too much math, right? Because it's obvious what the point difference is then. But still, ideally, we'd like to see a lot more points being brought in on those positions. And of course, looking at where the zone is, it has now instead of complementing the flight path, it has decided to move all the way down towards those open territories in towards that southern side. But I think this is going to be a super interesting match because not only do we have a little bit of contention coming in towards Picado, but a lot of rotations can now make their way in towards those more southern positions.
City ending, DK. Do you think that's coming to us?
It could, maybe. I mean, it would be quite interesting. But you also know what would be quite interesting is, teams registering for PMCO Spring, because we know registrations close on the 13th of April, so not a lot of time left before that is kind of closed up, and teams won't have the opportunity to register themselves. So definitely be sure to hop into that. The link for the registration is also part of the pinned message in the live chat, so be sure to check that out and get your squad and sign up for PMCO. We'd love to see you just battling it out on the battlefield. And of course, speaking about battling it out, it is going to be the players here from Triple Esports and Mad Knight looking to go toe to toe up into Picado.
I think we're going to see lots of early firefights just as all the teams try and position themselves. Lots of them are going to have to move into the zone because they obviously were north of the zone when it hit. So there's going to be a lot of movement. I'll be curious to see if any teams think like me. I am thinking we might end around the city. So maybe it's time to go and jump and get yourself some access to the compounds now. Claim your space if you like. But of course, we all know buildings are dangerous. You claim that building early. If you can't protect it, you're in trouble. So I always say you need to decide if you're going to bunker down early on, best make sure that you're committed to that bunker for the long haul.
Yeah, and there's nothing is certain just yet because we know the zone does bring in a few surprises as it starts to close on through. We did see, however, the players from Virtual Gaming rotating all the way down towards Chumacera, Blackjack, and Intruder moving up in towards Los Leones. And up in Picado, it's still going to be Mad Knight and Triple Esports, two of the teams that are in dire need of points. But Mad Knight being, more so, they have to play a very calculated game for now over in towards Picado. They have to try not overextend themselves, but also at the same time not get caught out in the open. And we do see a very split out approach from them. Nothing wrong with that, but now they just got to use it quite tactically.
I just think that Mad Knight, we saw this in the first game, and I'm going to say it again. There's two players, they've got a split. They've now been spotted by Triple Esports, so now the shots happen. But I feel like Agent 47 was up there peaking nonstop. He made himself available. They need to stop with these early engagements. They have to focus on getting to the end game. And for some reason, they're choosing to constantly take an early engagement. And you can see here they're split. They've got themselves around this compound, but the problem is that Triple Esports knows where they are, and they know if one of them is up there, they know that the others are going to be there. And I think that this is what Mad Knight needs to possibly reconsider is don't take the early engagement. Wait it out a little bit. You're split up. Your players are split up. Focus on not trying to take on Triple Esports. Despite the fact that you know they're in the compound, just disengage, last a little bit longer. I think that Mad Knight's going to find themselves in a really difficult position. As I say that, you can see there the nades going. There's some injuries happening. They need to disengage.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with the strategy from Mad Knight, right? The only problem is this is not the time and place for this particular strategy. If it was earlier in the tournament, by all means, right? But at this point, they cannot afford to play it this way around. They need to look to consolidate these positions. They need to either rotate away back into safety or mount a super aggressive assault onto the side of Triple Esports. But unfortunately for them, Triple Esports, they've now lined up their entire squad on that frontline offensive. And as we can see, Mad Knight now suffering a few casualties along the way.
Here they go. This is the problem. Triple Esports knew Agent 47 gave up the spot. All his teammates now needed to rotate in to help him. Triple Esports has been able to consolidate all of that. They figured out where everyone is. I think Mad Knight thought that they could take on this battle. As I said, that beast. Ooh, does Master know he's there? That's a sneaky spot for him. Does he have eyes? Does he know that one of the Triple Esports players is hanging out in that building? If Master peeks out, is Beast going to be able to grab him? No, he's turned away, which maybe... Curious. I'm going to go very quiet now because I'm getting very nervous for him. It might actually be a smart play from Beast As I say that now, he's jumping around a little bit. So no, I would have stayed there. I think he had a good spot. But here we go. They're going to do this. They're going to come in for the fight. I think this is a mistake, DK.
Yeah, I also do kind of think so as well. But, I mean, we see Zamo now coming in for that res. And there we go. Beast now just utilizing that off-angle position, getting the first knock up in towards Master. But still, we have Ramar. We've got the rest of the squad now looking to move in. AWM quickly and swiftly dealing with Zamo now as the assault comes in from the players here of Triple Esports and is looking quite devastating now for the side of Mad Knight as they've been reduced to 2, but also the 2 players are very, very split up.
They're split up, but they're all assaulting one another, DK. Here we go. Okay, this is the problem. Mad Knights, the play was to be aggressive and attack. Beast is now down. Triple Esports is going to res everyone. Triple Esports has 2 down, but I believe that, yeah, like I said, they'll res. Mad Knights is already 2 players down. Beast is injured. Don't think that res is coming in. And this is the problem with early engagements. They forget as well, they're still on 0 points. Now, are they going to head back to the lobby? Still on 0 points. And the answer, I'm afraid, is probably going to be yes. What I would do with that last player standing, go hard. Run away, Mad Knights. Just hide. Stick yourself out so you can get into placement points. This doesn't work for you. That's twice now we've seen you take early engagements. This is not your game. Change up your strategy.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. So it is quite devastating for Mad Knight, but you know, they gotta definitely find a way to bounce back and bring in a strategy that would play more favorably for them. And looking at the rotations we have coming through now, we see G3 moving up. We've got Unique and, of course, the players from Lusail position up in towards the northern side of the zone, fighting for control of the northern territory. But the zone, again, not with a drastic shift coming through. I do, however, think the next phase is going to be a little bit more on the challenging side. But speaking about challenging, we see Zero Tolerance now looking to go toe-to-toe with the Super Young Stars, also over on towards the western side. So I'm liking all these points of contention that are now starting to develop on the map.
This is going to be an interesting one. I think we're going to see some fights early on here. As I said, that you can see. Here we go. Zero Tolerance and Super Young Stars already in a little battle. You'll see a lot of these from the compounds on the outskirts because it's easy to spot. And I think we'll see these fights continue. This is a curious one for me. I'm always wondering, where is the benefit early on? Do you want to play on the outside so you can move around the compounds that people have secured? Or do you want to be in the compound? What do you want to do? That's the question you have to ask yourself, right?
And I mean, whichever call it is that you make, you have to commit to that, right? You can't do it half. You gotta do it full out. Otherwise, that hesitation is gonna get spotted out, and it could be quite detrimental for you. Now, speaking about another engagement, of course, we have Unique and Lusail, as we mentioned before, fighting it out up in the northern side. But they both of them now find themselves situated up in towards the blue. As we have, some devastating blows coming into Unique. Already 2 of their players getting knocked right on down. Lusail only having Boyka getting knocked for the time being. But it does seem like Winky and Chills are going to be looking to put a little bit of distance between themselves and Lusail. And I do think that is a really good decision being made by Unique.
I think so too. And obviously with only 2 players standing for them, again, I think you have to be smart about how you do this. You don't want the early fights. You want to get some points. It's Super Weekend. Just focus on getting the placement points. Disengage, move away, carry on.
Yeah, and it's going to be survival that could be quite key here for the teams. But speaking about survival, we see Darkness now venturing up in towards Los Leones, where we see the team from Intruder as well as Blackjack. And we know this is a position that they like to frequent. So I'm curious to see what exactly will be coming through between these 3 teams as the zone is, of course, starting to close on through. We'll be making our way in towards that 3rd phase momentarily. But a lot of rotations still also going to be making their way on in. And it does seem like Intruder could potentially be considering disengaging from this initial point.
Intruder's in a position where they need to disengage as well. So much like Mad Knights, I think if you're at the bottom of the table, you need to consider just making yourself last till the end game. Now, I understand that you get elimination points for every player you take down, but you can get those elimination points at the end if you stick to the end. That's the most important. So for me, if you're in the bottom of the table, and I know that these players are in-game, right? They're not thinking about points. They're not thinking about scoreboards. But someone needs to be saying and calling and saying, you know what, let's not fight early on. Let's just focus on staying alive for as long as we possibly can. I think if Mad Knights can keep Agent 47 hidden, as I say that, it looks like Unique's coming into him very soon. But if he can just go and hide out somewhere, be the camper we all want to see you be, get an extra point. That's what I'm hoping for here.
Or the master delayed rotator, right? That's also a very nice way of saying it as well. But of
I
course,
say that. Look, I was about to look at that circle, Agent 47, and I'm worried about you. They're coming. They're all
yeah,
coming. You can
yeah.
see up there, they're coming for you, my friend. You need to run. You need to move. You need to hide. Go somewhere. Climb under a rock. Do what has to be done so that you can stay, because you can see all these teams coming in now. They're going to catch him if he's not careful. And there's also some fights going down. If you look towards the southern part of the zone, I think there'll be some big fights there as well, as teams start moving in and wanting to claim their spaces towards the end.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit of a saving grace for the teams that the zone decided to move out from Los Leones instead of centering up on towards it. But now comes the challenge, because we can see the region that they're pulling into is much more barren. There's not as many compounds or a lot of hard cover really for the teams to try and utilize and just, advance themselves into those later few phases. But of course, we also know that there's a lot of terrain that they can utilize in the absence of those potential compounds. We can see the rotations now continuing to be made here, as we have Lusail and Unique now venturing up from that northern kind of position. Winky getting spotted out. The shots come through. Ooh, there we go. Winky now just being able to evade the majority of those shots, finding their way towards her. Of course, quickly now opting into a little bit of hard cover. Maybe looking to set up a bit of an ambush.
I think that's what's clever is the teams that have brought their vehicles with them, just because this is going to be quite open firefights, and using your vehicles for a little bit of cover can come in handy, but it also puts you at risk because everyone hears you coming, right? And they see you. So I'll be curious to see how that plays out. But right now, the fight is happening amongst the bricks, DK, so it doesn't matter about that open ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real open ground to really speak of here. 1 million still trying to make their push, their advance back into that phase. Darkness, however, is going to be looking to bring a bit of a stop to that moment. Now taking a few hits there. Manuel also just trying to peek out from that window. And this is what makes the city fights so challenging, is it's so difficult to find a good angle. And, once the angle does present itself, you have to act super, super quickly, because that angle can also go away in a blink of an eye. But now, speaking of a blink of an eye, Super Young Stars get taken out in a blink of an eye as Zero Tolerance comes through with a quick rush and push on towards them. Lord, of course, is going to be down for the count. But we know third phase blue not doing too much damage, but the faster they can get out of the blue, the better it will be for them. And now it is down to where this next phase is going to be shifting. As we can see, the team's starting to anticipate where it could be going. SWAT 69 looking good on the edge, as now moves a little bit further up north. But G3 getting a slight bit of a zone bless coming in their direction.
This is a great spot for G3. They've got themselves nice and comfy there. They can chill out a little bit. And we saw them playing the edge in map number 1. Now they can just watch the edge potentially take out some of the teams that are trying to rotate in. When I say some of the teams, most of the teams. So it will be an interesting one here for them. They've positioned themselves really nice. Could this be the saving grace for G3? We'll talk about this later, obviously, because we'll see where they end up in the end game. But I actually think they're in a good position to. I don't even think that they should move. I think that they should sit pretty, because the fights for everyone fighting to get into the zone is what we're going to see, which is what we're seeing right now on your screens.
Yeah, I do agree. It could be quite an interesting position for them, but I don't think they are going to be settling down on that particular angle just yet, right? As the rest of the team start moving in, they'll very likely start to just move a little bit further in towards the zone, or a little bit higher on towards the high ground positions. But of course, speaking about positions now, this is where we see Cryptics and 1 million, both of these teams looking to play out their positions as they find themselves still now relatively close to the edge of the blue. We know the zone is about to start closing on end, so they have to try and prioritize those rotations, because if you waste too much time, blue zone at this point does start to hurt a considerable amount.
You don't want to waste any time. Just move. This is your opportunity. Get in because you want to set yourself up nicely. Also, interesting enough that fourth phase, and we've only lost one team. So I think very soon we're going to see a lot more firefights. Right now, I feel like it's a little bit of a slap and tickle. As I say that, Cryptics is going to drop a nade, so it'll be a slap, tickle, and boom. Darkness is out, but I think we're going to get a lot more aggressive very quickly.
Yeah, it is going to be an absolute slaughter fest here as we see just where the teams currently find themselves. Of course, Intruder now being one of the teams having to pack their bags and make their way on through. Mad Knight also, unfortunately, getting sent back. At least they found a point, Sam. They are starting to bring in points. Like 1 point is better than no points. But will it be enough, though? I mean, is that enough to try and build a consistent amount of momentum off of? I don't know just yet. We'll have to wait and see what they'll bring in the remainder of the games. But looking on rotations, Virtual Gaming pushing in from the southern side alongside the players here from Cryptics. So again, that positioning is going to be absolutely crucial.
I think 1 point is better than donuts, so maybe it'll help with their confidence. And also, I really hope that they avoid early engagements in the next game, but we're not talking about the next game. We're talking about this Virtual Gaming Cryptics fight happening right now. Virtual Gaming obviously had a fight with Cryptics in the last game as well. They came out the losers of that. So a little bit of vengeance happening here. They want to win this one.
Oh, Zeus. With the hits, unfortunately, terrain not really working out too great in that. What is, however, working out quite fantastically is going to be the utilities getting sent out here by Blackjack on towards Cryptics. We can see now Reverb coming in for a quick confirmation. It is now down to Lazy Boy and Marshall looking to make a stand against Blackjack. Zane also cooking one up. Down goes Marshall. Up comes the confirmation onto Senke. Lazy Boy now just with that off-angle positioning. Will he be able to clutch it out, though, as Blackjack comes rushing on forward. So close to making it up into zone. Down goes Reverb. Lelouch. Oh! Down goes Lazy Boy. Cryptics now getting yeeted back into the lobby. Down to our final 9 remaining teams. And it is still looking pretty difficult and quite challenging for a lot of these teams with regards to those positions.
How good was Blackjack Esports to come in there and take out Cryptics? They kind of waited for the Virtual Gaming Cryptics battle to happen. And then the moment Virtual Gaming kind of disengaged, Blackjacks came running in. I thought that was really smart, just keeping awareness. That's good tracking, watching what's going on, getting the right calls to your team, and then just coming in and clearing out, which is what they did. Cleared out Cryptics. Goodbye. Back to the lobby for you. Thanks for all the points.
Yeah, the cleaning crew, right? We'll call them that for this match. But yeah, now it's down to rotation time because we see Blue Zone starting to move on in. Umbra going to be looking to push in from that southwestern side. They got to be careful. We can see the players here from Virtual Gaming also now just lying in wait. But not a lot of options really for these teams to move into. I mean, one of the potential angles they could be aiming for is already occupied by both Blackjack and SWAT 69. But maybe with the advances coming through from Blackjack, it could be a bit of a saving grace now for Umbra. And there could be a bit of a position opening here.
Triple Esports goes down. Obviously, one of the teams that's desperately fighting to get in the points, but still they can be happy with that. I think they've still got some placement points where they ended. Umbra, though, wants to take out SWAT. I thought SWAT 69 had a good spot, and now I'm not so sure because they're fighting on both sides. Look at that. They've got a fight with Blackjacks, who are a little bit higher ground than them, and then Umbra's coming in from the bottom. It's really difficult because they're stuck in these buildings. They can't move. If they get out, someone's going to see them. And as I say that, you can see that Virtual Gaming's just sitting there waiting as well. SWAT 69 are fish in a barrel right now, in my opinion, unless all these teams see one another. And look, they do. Blackjacks has put their attention on Virtual now.
Yeah, this is a good position for Blackjack playing out. But of course, Virtual trying to just sneak their way on in. Unfortunately, getting spotted out. It does open up a little bit of a breathing room for SWAT to potentially get themselves reset. But the pressure is still going to be pretty high, particularly down on towards the southern side. As we can see, one shot now getting picked up. Lelouch about to cook up an 8, sending it out. Alpha Luigi also sending one out in response. Fortunately, therefore, Virtual. Blackjack does not reach all the way across, but they are not going to be stopping there. As we can see, Umbra also looking to get their 2 cents into the fight. Alpha Luigi super low on health. Just one well-placed cough could be enough for that to end. And of course, well, that's all she wrote as Alpha Luigi now heads on back alongside the rest of the team there from Virtual Gaming. Down to 6 we go, Sam.
A little bit of a cough came in there. I thought you were going to cough at the end. That would have been fitting. I'm surprised SWAT 69 still got some people standing there in that compound. I thought that they would have gone. I think that with all the teams coming in to take them down, they were possibly saved a little bit there. And now there's going to be all these other battles. Maybe what SWAT 69 has to do is try and delay their rotate into the zone as much as possible. Let all these other teams have a fight.
Yeah, of course. Well, at this point, sharing is not caring, right? You want to step up and claim as many as these points as you possibly can find. And this is what Lusail and Slime, as well as G3, are experiencing firsthand as they fight for the position up in towards the northern side. Storm, ooh, super brave there, stepping out to lay down a few sprays, but has not even tended to their own health bar. Nor have they tended to Pronto. They've potentially fallen teammate, and that is going to be the end of the road for them. As we see Wanted sending out a beautiful nade. And this carry mechanic is so great. We've seen it being utilized by a lot of these teams and sometimes even being used against the teams. But now G3 out in the open, but a quick opportunistic shot coming in there from Blackjack over on towards Lusail as the shots continue to rain on in.
I think the open situation for Slime was the open terrain was a problem. They needed to drop some smoke so that they could revive their other player. But even then, they were so high that everyone knew where they were. They could have just honestly smashed bullets into the smoke and possibly made a hit. So it was a pity for them. But here we come. This is the battle we all want to see. SWAT 69 still sitting in those compounds. They're gonna at some point they're gonna have to get out. And I wonder when that point will come. G3 setting themselves up really nicely. They look really strong. Back in the final four for them as well, DK.
Yeah, and we know whenever G3 is positioned up north, things usually tend to go quite well for them. But only time will tell whether or not that is going to be the same situation here once again. Of course, Lusail looking pretty strong as they move into the 6th phase, potentially 7th phase, as they still have 4 players up. Salam now getting knocked out by that nade coming through from Zayn. But it is going to be a really challenging position now for Zayn to try and hold. As you can see them being the final remaining hopeful for the squad. Of course, the shots continue to come on in. Chico getting dealt with, but it's not going to be enough as Wanted sends out yet again a very well-placed nade to pick up that confirmation. SWAT also now getting traded off, and we are down to our final 2 teams. It is going to be G3 and Lusail to fight it out. And Lusail coming in with a little bit of a disadvantage here, having so many casualties already in for the team.
Lusail's the limping man. They're wounded, and G3 is going to pick them off one by one. They've also got themselves in a really good... We spoke about that split so often. Look how well G3 has positioned themselves. So Lusail, they knew exactly where Lusail was coming in, and they've kind of positioned themselves that they can pick them off from either side. I mentioned shooting fish in a barrel earlier on. I kind of feel like G3's got this down right now. And as I say that, Flacco gets hit. So maybe I'll take it back. But his 2 teammates are still up there. Is there a potential for a res? I don't think so. I think the moment they cross that open field, Lusail's going to know where they are. But they got one man. There's Wanted. They know he's behind the tree. They're just going to wait a little bit, heal up. You're just going to just hold out for him. Let him make the move. He's going to try and shoot. Is he? No, he also realizes he probably needs to just wait this one out. But now he's got to move. Surely they've seen him.
Yeah, no surprise really to see this play come through. Of course, G3 also getting pushed by Blue, but you know, the northern position working out quite favorably for them once again. And with that, they pick up yet another winner chicken dinner, already coming in with back-to-back chickens. So definitely we are seeing the players here from G3 coming in quite strong into this first day of the final Super Weekend. And Sam, I wonder if any other team is going to potentially look to step up and take one of those chickens, because if you leave it up to G3, they're going to start hoarding all of them.
You know, they're like a tumbleweed, right? So I think a lot of teams, and G3 seems to be that way, is that the more success they get, the faster they're going, you know, the bigger they're getting. The calmness that they show, and I mentioned this after the first game, but we'll break it down again. The calmness in that final fight from G3, they set themselves up really nicely. They obviously had 2 players up on the high ground. Then they moved Flacco over to the side so they could really see. They knew where Lusail was coming in. They knew where their space was. And by setting the players up the way they did, I'm always a bit dubious about splits like that at an end game, but it worked for them because they were able to see exactly where the Lusail players were. And then, like I said, it's just picking them off one by one. And then obviously Flacco went down. they left it. It was okay. They let him crawl. With him crawling, he could call it out. And by the end of it, they had set it up that they knew where the player was. He was behind the tree. They knew that the blue was going to come. He was going to have to move. The patience that they show is, and I said this earlier, I'm going to say it again, being that patient in the end game, not letting the pressure and the anxiety and the hype get you, and playing it at your pace, which is what they've done. They've slowed the game down. Really impressive. And I think it's going to take a lot to knock them off that top spot when we move to Erangel again, if they keep playing like that.
Yeah, because they are definitely starting to build up an insane amount of momentum. So, I'm curious to see if anyone's going to potentially try to put a stop to that. We know G3 already really well situated on the leaderboard. So there's, aside from the value of the chicken, there's no other reason for them to really try and chase points, because they've already secured a really strong position. And as you said before, we don't think that the team sitting on the high end of the leaderboard are going to be moving anywhere else, right? All the focus coming in from that more lower end. But of course, speaking about all the action, let's hop into a few of those highlights on the past Miramar.
Can we talk about Mad Knights? Can we just talk about the fact that they finally got 1 point? Like, good job. I mean, points on the board is better than donuts. But again, I want to go back to that moment that we saw in this game where we saw it in match 1 where they take that early fight. And I mean, I just feel like it's great that they're that confident that they want to take the battle, but they really need to just wait a little bit longer. I don't know what's going on where they think it's okay to take the firefight.
Yeah, I there's a lot of that discipline that needs to be brought in, because I mean, you can't fault them for the eagerness to try and get into engagement, but it all comes down to prioritizing when to take the engagements. And as we can see, of course, G3 they have just kind of dialed in their performance when it comes to a map like Miramar, bringing in another back-to-back winner chicken dinner, finishing strong on those 10 eliminations, but also Blackjack just also really just capitalizing on the position they had. And fortunately for them, they didn't have to rotate too far. Once they've made it up in towards that Las Leones position, they could kind of just play from that point, and some really strong eliminations being brought in there. Of course, we see SWAT69 coming in with even more of a contribution towards their points, still looking to push themselves up that leaderboard. And all we can do and hope for is that Mad Knight kind of comes to that realization as well, right? They start focusing on playing a bit more of a long game instead of trying to rush into an immediate engagement.
I mean, Mad Knight's still on 1 point. SWAT69, obviously 13 points is great, but that just means they have 21 points now. The closest to them is Triple Esports on 100 points. So SWAT69 and Mad Knights are playing catch up. SWAT69, that's 2 times that they've finished kind of up in the top there. And even then, the gap is still massive. So both of these teams have, honestly, DK, they have a mountain to climb. If they want to try and make it into the top 16, they're going to have to do a lot more. And of course, Intruder getting no points from this, another team that's desperately in need of points, sitting on 113 in total. So right now, I'd be concerned for all of these, the teams that are struggling through: Virtual, Intruder, Triple Esports, Mad Knights, SWAT69. They need to up their game. But of course, Masters Esports and YONKOUS, who are not playing today, they're probably like, oh, we're okay with that. I don't think any team ever wishes badly on another, but I'm sure they're not unimpressed by the fact that their competitors are maybe not performing at the level that they need to.
Yeah, I can imagine the level of stress that they could be experiencing here, because you got to hope that your points have been enough. And we know that the team from Virtual Gaming, they're putting in those efforts. And when we take a look at the overall rankings, we'll see where the teams are and how far they are looking to try and push their plays. Of course, Cryptics still sitting up in pole position. We see the players there from G3 now also sitting on 5 winner chicken dinners. So the top 3 teams really sitting with the highest amount of winner chicken dinners. And then, of course, don't even forget about Lusail. They've also been able to pick up their 4 chicken dinners. So, also, we'll probably see a few more efforts being put forth by those teams, just looking to advance those points even more. But as we now venture over onto that next page, this is where we can see INTRUDER. Yes, even though they are situated up in 16th place, you've also mentioned Triple Esports sitting on 100, so that's only a 13-point difference. But Virtual Gaming, they are coming for YONKOUS and they're coming for Master Esports position. And it's only going to take a few more games for them to catch up, and that could potentially change in the next match.
So Virtual Gaming had a top 4 finish on the first Erangel. They obviously didn't do so well on Miramar, but we're going back to Erangel. They need 10 points and they're going to knock YONKOUS out. They'll take YONKOUS' spot. So that's something that they must have in the back of their mind. These 3 are the 3 to worry about, though. Triple Esports, SWAT 69, Mad Knight. They're going to have some big plays if they want to end up in the top 16. And unfortunately, other than SWAT 69, who granted has given us 2 maps of big plays, if they continue that momentum and can keep finishing in the sort of top 4, top 6, that'll be great. But the other 2 really need to readjust their strategy. Mad Knight specifically, I'd like to see in the next game no early engagements from them, setting themselves up nicely and hopefully finding their way into the placement points.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. You want to see a little bit more of a calculated approach coming through from the teams here. But of course, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Please let us know on Facebook and Instagram. You can search for PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa. Tell us what your thoughts are. Tell us whether or not you agree with what you've been saying so far, or do you think they should take a different approach to potentially try and bring in a few more of those points and potentially chasing one of those winner chicken dinners. But of course, well, that means that we are going to be making our way towards yet another break. But before we get into the break, we have to remind you about the lucky draw that we've got going on.
Yep, we are making sure that you're taken care of because you're supporting PUBG Mobile Esports in Africa. We want to support you. So join the live chat if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook and answer the question, and you could win one of those prizes that you saw on your screen. Because, not everyone can get chicken dinners, but you can definitely get some rad in-game loot.
Yeah, and of course we know, so the questions are only posted on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa and Facebook pages. So you will not see them on any other channel's chat. The first question already, the first question already went down in the Africa PUBG Mobile Esports channel. So be sure to go check them out, pop in your answers, and maybe you could be the lucky winner of those prizes. But it is now time for us to make our way into our break while we get ready for a little bit more of that Erangel action. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, now we have already concluded 2 maps in which we saw the players there from G3 walking away with back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners. Absolutely demolishing performance coming through on Erangel and a really good consistent play coming through over on towards Miramar. But now, Sam, we are making our way back onto Erangel once again. And you said... And you've been asking for the southern zones to come through. Now, we've been blessed with a few of those. So hopefully, this could be one of those maps in which we have that southern zone making its way in.
Give me a military circle. I love military circles. I love chaos. Bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it. I want it. But of course, because when you want something in PUBG, it just never happens. You know what else I want? And I feel like I might just cast a curse them when I say this. I would like to see G3 make it a solid 3 in a row. Just because, you know, their name's G3, so it makes sense. For them to have 3 chicken dinners in a row. But I've probably just cast a curse them, so oh well, so sorry. We'll find out at the end if I'm the bad luck charm. Take a look at that plane path. What do you think of that?
It's looking interesting, right? As we can see a little bit more northwestern. So this time, military base, at least flight path-wise, is going to be a little bit more difficult and a little bit more challenging to reach in one straight swoop, right? But as we know, ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of a rotation coming through with that vehicle. So Intruder could potentially be looking to push over in towards the Nova crates once again, unless of course they are going to be opting for one of their alternate drop locations and potentially looking to get their loot going in there as well. But you know, this is now where we wait to see what the zone will bring on through. And if G3 picks up another chicken in this third match, right, then we call it a turkey, because then it's not a chicken anymore.
It's not a chicken, it's a turkey.
Yeah, 3 chickens is a turkey.
I don't understand how you got there. I think someone needs to teach you some maths and possibly the difference between a chicken and a turkey. But you know what? We'll run with it. Fine. 3 chickens is a turkey. Let's find out if G3 can claim the turkey. And then hopefully PUBG Mobile makes it a thing. Okay, there we go. There's the circle. I had a feeling it wasn't going to be a military-based circle just because of the plane path. This one's going to be interesting, though, because look at all of these teams that are sitting in the southwest that are now going to have to move themselves up, right?
Yeah, and it's going to make for quite a few interesting rotations to come on through. And of course, speaking about interesting, we'd love to see you guys register for the PMCO Spring Split. As we know, registrations close on the 13th of April. So be sure to click on the links in the pinned message in the live chat and join us with your squad in PMCO. But now, Sam, it's time for the teams to get in and a little bit of contention up in towards that lovely Pachinki with Mad Knight and 1 million.
I'm going to get into that in a bit. Don't forget to enter that live chat competition right now on the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa YouTube and Facebook pages. But oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Mad Knights, 1 million esports. Are we seriously going to see this early engagement again? I don't know if Mad Knights knows that 1 million is there. If you've just joined us, this is a problem for this team. And now they do. I just really feel like Mad Knights needs to remove themselves from early engagements. If you've just joined us, this is a team that's only got 1 point on the board right now. They're starting to throw smokes, which means they are aware that another team is there, and by throwing the smoke, they've just let 1 million know that they are there too. And so it begins, the story of Mad Knight and the first fight.
Yeah, a developing story, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure which way around this is going to go. It's because here already they've been able to find that first elimination onto the side of 1 million. So Dexter, one less player to worry about, but still not a position we want to see them in. We want to see Mad Knight playing a bit of a longer game, because so far they've had a pretty tough time. They usually get sent back to the lobby relatively early on without being able to acquire a lot of those points. And as you said, they are in dire need of points, sitting with only 1 currently on the leaderboard. But
well, potentially two. Potentially two. They've got an elimination. But look what's going to happen. Mad Knights, all 3 of them are going to go up to take out eFlex. And what they don't realize is directly across from them, one of the 1 million players is waiting in the window. And it's probably going to pick them off. And you can see that there's already been an injury. I'm very upset with them. I need to have a conversation. They need to stop this. Stay alive for longer, team.
Oh, up comes the Knight, dealing the first blow up into Agent 47. No reinforcements just yet. The rest of the team now just trying to find those angles. We see Zambo holding that off angle, but Eflex looking quite comfortable, perched up on the top story there. But I think that's actually a very interesting position coming through from Eflex. I mean, well, it was. Now that Eflex looked to change that, not seeing any weapons really being utilized on the side of Eflex. But, oh, there we go. All right, okay. Zambo picks up the first one. So will this be a bit of a bounce back coming through from them? Well, if Black Lost has anything to say, it's going to be a no. But who knows which way it's going to go. The nade comes in. Agent 47 goes down.
That was
Eflex,
a beautiful nade. Beautifully done. Very, very smart. And now he's waiting with another one. And he's going to try that again.
I honestly don't know what to say about this, right? Because...
Stop fighting. That's what we should say. Stop fighting. Go loot. Stop this. Enough. Enough. If you want to get more points, you need to go away. You need to stop doing this. Mind you saying that, I mean, 1 million is down quite hard. Beast has picked them off quite nicely. Mad Knights did have Beast further away from the rest of the team, which I think worked in his favor. But again, Knight here, 1 million esports. Knight is the problem. He's comfortably sitting here. He's far away from all of the drama. And I do think that it's giving him an idea of where everyone is and that communication's coming up. And then you've got the problem where Beast should have been giving the communication, but Beast has now joined his teammates to get into the rubble and fight.
I guess so far it has been relatively successful for Mad Knight, right? But again, yeah, not quite sure what's really happening here. They do have the potential of finding that final elimination on towards Knight and getting the full squad wipe.
It's going to work. I actually think they're going to be able to take him down. Look, they found him. Okay, Mad Knights, I take it all back. Kill the other Knights. We're good to go. Well done. You just got yourself a stack of points. Now, please don't fight again early on. I think that they've got this. There we go. They take out 1 million esports. Shout out to Mad Knight. That's the first time in these 3 games that we've seen this early fight happen. However, they are now going to have to do extra looting to get all their meds back, to get all the packs that they need. You know, they've obviously got to get everyone healed up once again. Was it the best strategy? No, we've spoken about this. Did it work for them? Yes, but I just don't think that they should be risking it when they're so low on the leaderboard. Still in those single digits, but it worked for them. They got 4 points, 4 elimination points at least. So good on them, but they are going to have to make sure that they get all those medical supplies and all the utilities that they lost in that fight, some bullets as well. They're going to have to recoup all of that. And what's happened is during that fight is obviously all the other teams have had time to loot. There hasn't been any other firefights, so you're now playing catch up, not only on points, but also on all the goodies in your bag.
Yeah, so they're coming in with a little bit of a disadvantage, you know, missing out on a lot of that looting opportunity. As you said, the rest of the teams having a grand old time, going about their business, getting themselves sorted and rolling up quite comfortably and confidently into this next phase, at least with regards to the loot that they have to make use of. But now it's going to come down to where the teams are going to be looking for those positions. We can see Cryptics, they are going to be pushing in from that western side. We've got Lusail also still up in towards North George, also looking towards pushing into the zone. But a little bit further up ahead, we do see a potential convergence coming through. We got Zero Tolerance, Virtual Gaming, also just on the edge of zone. And I do think that they all might be thinking of heading into kind of the same building or kind of region situated on towards this western front.
Which I love, because it means they'll all fight, and that's what we're here for, right? I feel like I've been a bit harsh on Mad Knight, so I'm gonna let this slide for a bit. I will not be as tough on them. I just want to see them be better. But now we get to see an actual big fight. I'm concerned about the fight itself, though, because I think some of the bigger teams are going to see themselves coming into this one, which will be interesting, because obviously then it might clear out the lobby, give some other teams a chance to finish up in the top. How do you think that this is going to go down?
It could happen. I mean, it's definitely not outside the realm of possibility for the higher placed teams to bring in even more chickens, right? Because we've already seen G3 on an absolute rampage, right? It's already sitting on an insane amount of chickens being acquired so far. But it's going to come down to what they do with the positions they find themselves in. And for the time being, Unique have a very unique approach to coming into this next phase, taking that more northern approach. And if they are able to set up some good defensive positions there, they could actually fend off any teams that are looking to venturing in towards those more northern territories. But center zone, western zone, it's going to be a lot of contention, particularly coming through between Zero Tolerance, the players here from Virtual, Cryptics, and the addition of Lusail.
Horrible for the teams, great for all of us watching because we all like to see that battle. This bridge here is going to be an interesting one if any of them have to cross it as well. So I think right now it's just feeling out who's around. You can see Zero Tolerance possibly knows that there's another team across there that they need to keep an eye out for. So this is really just going to come down to feeling one another out. Actually, I'm curious if Virtual Gaming knows how close that team is to them as well. I'm presuming they've all got eyes on one another, but sometimes there's always a surprise, right?
Yeah, I mean, you might just be looking right when they are over on the left-hand side. You know, anything can happen, and that's what makes it so interesting because we never really know what it is that we're going to get. The only thing that we know for certain is that Blue Zone's going to close up time and time again until we eventually finish up with the team walking away with that winner chicken dinner. That's the only consistent thing we've got. The rest is all up to what the players bring onto the battlefield.
What is my favorite saying? The one thing we know is that one team will win. The rest won't. For now, I think everyone's just feeling each other out. Not feeling each other out. Possibly we're seeing some fire crossing. Darkness also lost a member along the line, which I missed because I was so busy having a Mad Knight's rant. So Darkness is a member down. That's an interesting one. Triple Esports obviously just took some fire, but it looks like they're going to get that player up. G3 set themselves up nicely here as well. So right now I think it's just everyone trying to find themselves a good spot, right? Just a spot where you can feel comfortable. Take a breather, because you know how it is. You want to take a little breather, maybe drink an energy drink, possibly not if you haven't been injured, and just chill. That's what we're doing right now. So you're going to see the pace slow right down. And I think that the pace change is also indicative of the seriousness now. We've had 2 games. We're in game number 3. I think everyone starts to feel the pressure a little bit more now, and then they slow everything down because they're trying to be far more strategic in the moves that they make.
Yeah, but definitely those strategic points, I'd love to see them actually play out perfectly for these teams, as it does result in some very, very satisfying fights and PUBGing happening on the screen here. But of course now, Virtual Gaming are going to be looking to go PUBGing up against Carry Boy as that first hit comes through. The rest of Cryptics now also feeling a few hits as we see Darkness positioned over on towards that eastern side. So a very, very distant pincer maneuver potentially being played there. A lot of that long-range tappity-tap-taps coming in, but a lot of teams now focusing on that more center zone, as we can see. And of course, the next phase is just a few moments away from popping as well.
This is going to be interesting when when the next zone pops, and we'll see where it's going to sit. Ooh, look at that. It's making everyone exercise quite a lot today. I don't know if you've noticed this, the circle specifically here has made a point of forcing everyone to move lots. Just making sure, fitness is good. Fitness is a journey. You got to get everyone's legs working all the time. That's what's happening now. As I say that, Unique has been able to down and claim themselves an elimination points. This is interesting with all the rotates because I think it's making the teams think a lot harder about how they move and where they move to, which also is allowing us to see a little bit more of the thought patterns they have, because I'm always curious to see if you're going to play on the edge of the zone or if you're going to move into the center.
Yeah, it's definitely getting those gears working. And of course now Lord putting that Scar out to some good use, finding the first one on towards Exist down below, potentially trying to get them to not exist in this map for this match. But Winky is there to provide some assistance, quickly getting that res on through. And now still Unique having all 4 players in, still being in a position where they can continue to make their rotation heading further up into a zone, but the same coming through from the side here of Zero Tolerance. So there's still going to be a lot of that back and forth coming in between them, as we also now have the players from Zero Tolerance actually being reduced down to only 2. Skydo a little bit further on towards the western side, with Lord now looking to try and play a little bit of catch up here. But I mean, Mad Knight, they are all the way over on towards that southwestern side, and I do think that is a good position for them to be in while waiting for the rest of the lobby to fight it out over in towards that northeastern side and potentially even the southeastern edge.
Do you think they heard me and they realized they need to stop fighting? No, that's not what happened. I think that that's just where they had been, where they dropped. So where they are now is quite clever. If I was Mad Knights, I'd kind of stick out on the edge a little bit and just wait for, like you said, wait for everyone else. They need to get into placement points. The fights are going to start very soon. You'll be able to, if you've got the right scouting going on, you'll be able to see them. Just don't get into any more fights. SWAT 69 though is moving. I'm wondering if they're sending out a scout. I think El Chapo's moving around. He might spot Mad Knights, which worries me a little bit as well. I'm talking specifically about what I'm looking at on the map feed, but what we're looking at right now is SWAT 69 moving on in, possibly looking to set themselves up. They quite like setting themselves up in a compound, DK. That tends to be their vibe. Let's get this building. Let's sit here. This is where we want to be.
Yeah, a very compounding play coming in here, but now they need to look to push it even further. And you know, while I'm playing with words, they need to now play a good game because they're chasing points. They've already been able to find 21. How many more will they be able to find? So far as we can see, looking at their current positioning, they have not found any eliminations, but that's where things are a little bit different now for Mad Knight, right? They've got 4 points. They're still alive.
They're on
and
the
they
top
can
of the
look to-
leaderboard. This is
Yeah.
a big change for them. I'm going to be in so much trouble with Mad Knight fans at the rates I'm going. Look at them at the top of the leaderboard. Grab a screenshot for them. This should be motivation. I'm being cheeky. I always root for the underdog, and right now I want them to surprise us all. That's why I'm giving them a hard time. So if you are a Mad Knight fan, I apologize. Don't be offended. I assure you, I'm rooting for your team as well. I'm just a bit harder in my rooting. I want to see them, as DK said, PUBGing better.
Yeah, I mean that's all they got to do, right? This is the only place that you can do a lot of that PUBGing, right? It's right here in PUBG itself. And
there's only one
now-
rule. There's actually only one rule. Don't get shot. That's. I mean, I don't understand why it's so hard for you if you're a professional player. Don't get shot. Again, that was a joke. Don't be upset with me. I promise you, I'm well aware there's more to that. Okay, here we go. Mad Knights is going to get into a fight with SWAT 69. This is interesting. SWAT 69 and Mad Knights, the two bottom of the log, had it out there. They were quite close to each other for a moment there, and we're having a little battle. I wonder if Mad Knights is going to choose to engage her, which they shouldn't, purely because we got someone sitting in that compound, well, in that building right there. And that building is going to give them a bird's eye view of the fight. And look, now everyone's starting. Here it goes. Umbra is going to go after Unique. I thought this was going to happen. We're going to see a few more of these. Just lots of these 1v1 team fights.
Yeah, I mean, some really well-placed nades coming through there from Morteza. Oh, just absolutely devastating. And with that, it is the end of the road in this match for the players from Team Unique. Shadowin picking up a few points there, as we can see, already sitting on 2, and the team collectively sitting on a grand total of 5 eliminations. Nothing wrong with that. Now they just got to continue to push. Super Young Stars now also falling prey to the players coming through from Mad Knight. Things are definitely looking on the up and up here.
This is interesting. And everyone seems a little bit more... It was very quiet, very passive, but now it seems like people are feeling a bit brave. Cryptics is having a fight with Darkness. You can see that. Mad Knight's still hanging out in the corner. I think that everyone's going to descend on one another very soon, DK.
Yeah, 100% on that. And one of the major threats to try and deal with here is the team coming in from Cryptics, right? Because we know they can play a very devastating game if they are given the opportunity. And now Darkness is going to be on the receiving end, as we see Senke now just looking to push on through. And with that, of course, the confirmation comes on in Darkness, making their way back into lobby with Marshall landing that finishing hit. And now we turn to the players from Triple Esports and a little bit of that SWAT 69 engagement. But Fosh trying to come in with a quick and faster reaction, as we've got Master also positioned just up ahead. Will that be the final blow that is needed to put an end to the hopes and dreams here for the players of Triple Esports? And ooh, the pressure is starting to mount. Twix now just trying to quickly get up into a little spot of safety, but Master looking to hold on to a controlling position within that smoke grenade position. But of course, Fash still going to be looking to close it up. SWAT 69 looking eager for those points as they do find the trade-off. And with that, Master and the rest of the players here from Triple Esports make their way on back into the lobby. But of course, Zone now taking a beautiful shift towards the north, moving into the Alamo here.
We're making everyone move once again. SWAT 69 is looking really good. I actually quite like that aggressive play from them. They know that they need to get points. They obviously started the day on a hold 0. And I like that they took that engagement. I think they played it really well. But now they're going to have to move themselves out of where they are, move back in. So they're going to heal everyone up before they go. That would be my suggestion. And I think there's going to be a lot of teams that, in order to move into the zone, are going to have to take firefights, because you can see the rotates mean that most of them are going to be crossing paths if they want to get out of the blue.
Yeah, it's going to be some really challenging rotations that could still be making its way on through. And looking at where the zone has moved, there's definitely no real hiding place or hard cover for these teams to try and make much use of. Of course, now Boyka has been spotted out there by Slime for Kitties. You can see Storm trying to lay down a few hits. We got Salam also now just trying to huddle up alongside the vehicle, but this is where the pressure is now lying on the side of Slime 4KT, because they are not secured within that zone. They still need to push on forward. And speaking about pushing, Intruder Africa now come pushing up right alongside G3 with a few devastating hits being dealt there to Flacco. And with that, off he goes. Six got now also about to get pushed. The last remaining hopeful, just trying to stay in some good coverage, trying and hoping that that smoke would be bulletproof, at least for the time being. Of course, Omar is going to come inspecting, and they all now drop down, getting themselves all limbered up. And Six now just being presented with a beautiful opportunity and just to get out of reach of Intruder.
I like the way he kind of is just sneakily going, you know what, I'm just going to casually, quietly snake my way back away from this fight, because this is not a good place. However, I think we can say with only 6 standing that the turkey is looking a little bit further away than I'm sure G3 would like, which doesn't matter. I don't even like turkey. It's a dry meat. But they'll want to try and just keep 6 alive at least, so that they can get some epic placement points, which is why I think he was just trying to disengage. In the interim, Mad Knights is also down to 1 player, so they should possibly be doing the same. I think we'll see a lot of these 1-player teams just holding out a little bit to see if they can push themselves up into the placement points, while everyone else has these fights as they try and move into the zone. There's been so many of these weird little, you know, slap and tickle battles that are going down, as opposed to what you normally expect, which is the big battles right at the end. Okay.
Yeah, you could almost call them skirmishes, right? Because it's almost a skirmish, but not quite there. And of course, Wanted now also going to be looking to close it up onto the side here of Slime for Getty. Aimer quickly trying to bring in a few hits. There we go. Gets a beautiful hit in towards Salam and Wanted. But now Boyka also wants to have the swing at that window. And Aimer getting taken down to super low health bar. Doesn't have any options with regards to movement. The only way is getting out that window, but also trying to get the res up in towards Plaza. And this is going to be a very challenging position now coming in for Slime.
It's gonna be difficult for them, because Lusail knows where they are, right? So this is always the problem when you have a building, is if you're on the inside and the team's on the outside and the team knows you're in, this is exactly what's going to happen. A good little molly. As I say that, G3 temper, no turkeys for them. It's okay, don't worry. Chicken tastes better. I think a good molly, a good nade into a building can be devastating. And that's what I think Lusail will have the ability to do if they play this right. And as I say that, there we go. That's what they did. Boom, boom. Set them all on fire.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little bit of that tap boom coming through. Now, Lord also trying to bring it in, but a quick response coming through there. As you can see, Wanted now just quickly putting a stop to any of those potential plays. Umbra now are going to be pushing themselves in towards the zone, looking to get a little bit of a dominating position, seeing that they still have 3 players left. So it is still something that they could look to achieve here, but we see the players there from Intruder also now sitting on a full squad, looking to move in from that far eastern side. But there's a lot of scattered approaches coming through. You can see Virtual Gaming also now getting dealt with as the shots continue to fly in. Cryptics just raking in those eliminations. And with that, they send Virtual Gaming right back in towards the lobby. Intruder gonna come rolling on in, heading straight towards Cryptics as well. But hopefully, things take a little bit of a different turn here in favor of Intruder.
I think that this fight is really good for Lusail, because it's giving them a chance to heal up. They'd obviously taken quite a bit of damage earlier on, so you saw them in their vehicles just making sure that they could heal up. SWAT 69 is out. They're not going to be too happy with that. They kind of needed a top 4 finish in terms of pointing, but in terms of the points, but still in the placement, so that's good. But I do think this battle's good for Lusail. If Lusail's smart, they'll just wait this out now with their 3 players. Let these teams take one another on. That's always my advice. Let the other teams fight it out and then come in towards the end, like we saw G3 do. Just have that patience. It's so important.
Yeah, that trigger discipline is quite crucial here. But now, Intruder, gonna be coming under fire. Marshall getting traded off there. A Shadow Win returns a quick one, and now, Senke, the last one left for Cryptics, looking to bring in a bit of a molly onto the side there of Hemo, who quickly just tries to get himself out of the oven, but unfortunately leaves the door open, and with that, the knock comes through. Weiss now going to come through, looking to pull up a bit of a defensive play here, but will it be enough? Yes, indeed. As the elimination comes through, Cryptics gets sent back. We're down to the final 3. It is going to be Umbra, Intruder, and Lusail. And if Intruder can get all their players back up, it should be a 4v3v3.
If they get those players up, which I'm surprised Umbra or Lusail hasn't made a move yet on that. I would try and stop that. You don't want those reses to come in because then they're going to be a man up. So if you can see that they're moving around, I mean, this is the problem, right? You don't want to play too aggressive because it's the final fight. But at the same time, if they're healing everyone up, you do not want Intruder to be have a one-man advantage on you. Umbra's trying to scout there, I think, hopefully trying to see what's going on. Maybe might be able to get a pop on one of the players, but I think that they have enough cover that that's not going to be the case. And as I said, that Intruder's got all 4 of their players up, which now means that this is technically their chicken to lose.
Yeah, indeed it is. And they're going to be taking the first swing at Shadowin. Now it is down to Morteza and PRZ, positioned just a little bit further in towards that center zone. But this is a very difficult position now for Umbra because they've got Lusail on the one side, Intruder on the opposite end. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of a split coming in between Morteza and PRZ, but they now just got to hope and pray that Intruder and Lusail spot each other before they spot PRZ and Morteza.
I think Lusail spotted all 3 of them and just knows to wait. We saw them heal up, and now they're taking a bit of a calmer approach. I think if Lusail's smart, let the other 2 take them out. But as I say that, I wonder if Intruder's not going to be able to come up behind Lusail and pick their members off. It's going to be interesting from a positioning point of view how exactly this plays out. For me, Lusail looked like the better prepped team as they rotated in, but it could go either way. You can't even call it right now, can you?
Yeah, no, it's still very much undecided, and it could swing either which way. We've got Morteza just waiting on the side of the road. PRZ, a little bit of an off-angle positioning there. Intruder still positioned over on towards this more southeastern side, but they have to cross the road depending on where the zone shift forces them. And, of course, it goes right up towards the place here from Lusail and Umbra. So, Intruder, they have no other option. They have to try and push on forward. Morteza is going to be lying in wait, hoping to land a few of those devastating blows. But the same can, of course, be said coming through here from Lusail. Lusail not having the best line of sight down towards the position of where Intruder Africa is. But, once those engagements start, they could definitely look to get themselves a little bit closer. Not quite sure what Emo is doing. Dropping down prone on the road. That is super exposed. Raouf now also getting down. Weiss, off they go. Morteza getting a clean sweep on that one. Picking up the entirety of, the remaining players of Intruder. But now it is Lusail up against Umbra. It is going to be a 2v3. And this is where Lusail now looks to just capitalize on the knowledge and the information that they've been able to gather. As you said before, you said that you are pretty sure that they know exactly where Umbra is, and it does seem like they are now looking to leverage that.
Maybe not Morteza, because it looks like he's going to be able to wrap around and catch them in the back. As I said that, he got one. So Morteza got one before they realized what was going on. But what an impressive performance from Lusail, just because for me, They had that earlier fight, and I said to you that they're using the vehicles to heal themselves up, and that they everyone else was jumping into the gunfights, and Lusail was using that time just to get some of their members up, heal up. They came into the zone relatively late and they were much slower. And you saw there again, they just waited for everyone to feel themselves out. And I said to you in that final battle with the three teams, I think that they knew the positioning of both teams. They didn't know Morteza was there, but the moment he took the shot at their back, they were able to swing because of the way they'd split themselves up as well, where they had those two players leading in the front to engage, and then they had one player sticking behind. When Morteza took the shot on one of the players in the front, the player behind could immediately swing and shoot. Very good setup from them. Really well done. And of course, it paid off because their bellies are full now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
And of course, Umbra getting devastatingly close to picking up their first potential chicken. So we'll have to wait and see what they
DK's
bring
heart
in.
is broken. All he wants is Umbra to eat. Oh
Yeah.
dear. No, it was
Such a
not to
challenge.
be. But I mean, maybe Lusail will throw them a wing,
Yeah, or maybe a few of the bones. We don't know. But of course, there's still 2 more matches to go. So, 2 more opportunities at least today for more of those winner-winner chicken dinners to be brought in. But yes, a very satisfying play coming through there from Lusail. That now being their 5th chicken as well. So we do see a very top-heavy chicken distribution coming in between Cryptics, Myth, Temper, and Lusail, as they all now sit on 5+ chickens. And of course, speaking about chickens, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match.
Can I just say that all this talk about chickens has made me so hungry, and now I want chicken wings, like desperately. I don't think that there's anywhere that I can order to deliver, and I'll also be on the show. But we need to stop talking about chicken, DK. Now I just want chicken wings.
I'm right there with you. But of course, we need to look at the points being brought in, because we know that accompanies those lovely chickens making their way on through. Lusail sitting at the top there, as we can see, on 22 points. Umbra right there alongside them, also with 22 points, bringing in those 10 eliminations. SWAT 69 stepping up so drastically, coming in with 11 eliminations. So we can see the efforts being put in there by SWAT 69, but also Mad Knight picking up 8 points, 7 eliminations. And we know the first 4 came in from that little exchange, that back and forth over in towards Pachinki.
I think it's really impressive, though, when you take a look at some of the teams that were at the bottom coming into Super Weekend, what they've been able to accomplish in the last, I know it's only been 3 maps, but they have all risen to the challenge. Even Mad Knights in the last game, being in the position that they're going to get some placement points. They got some good elimination points. That's good for them. They should be excited. SWAT 69 started the day. I think it's really important to point out that they started the day on 0, and they are consistently making sure that they finish in not even the top 10. They're pushing to finish in the top 6. That's a really good move from them, and I think that the overall scoreboard will show that as we move into it.
Yeah, we know consistency is going to be absolutely key if teams are looking to make any major changes or shuffles coming into the overall standings. And speaking about major changes, Cryptics breaking up into 400 points with Myth almost halfway there, right? So Myth like halfway between Cryptics and Temper. Temper sitting on 300, Cryptics on 400. It is absolutely insane to see the performances coming through from these teams. And as I said, top 4, all of them sitting with 5 chickens minimum each.
Look how big the gap is, though, between those sort of, I would say, the top 3, not the top 3. I mean, if you look at how close from 1st to 8th, so obviously Cryptics and Mythics and G3 are sitting really, and Myths and G3 are sitting really pretty. But if you look between 4 and 8, look how close those numbers are. It's only like a point or 2 points setting those teams apart, which means there's a lot of space for them to move around. Of course, those placements don't necessarily mean anything now, but it's the confidence boost you want. When I say that, though, as we move to the other side, you can see now that if you are Masters Esports or YONKOUS, you need to start getting worried. Virtual Gaming is, I think if they have one more decent game, they're going to knock one of those teams down a peg, which is dangerous, because if INTRUDER, if SWAT 69, they start carry on playing the way they are, there's a very good chance that Masters and Yonkers could be out. And they don't have an opportunity because they're not here at Super Weekend to fix that. So they are going to be completely reliant on those other teams not continuing to play the way they are.
Yeah, and I mean, Intruder, as you can see, also really not far from that. But Intruder being like the team to chase, right? Because they are the gatekeepers for the time being of top 16. And Triple Esports also just one good match away from catching up to Intruder. As we can see, SWAT 69 putting in the effort, already sitting on those 36 points. Mad Knight also starting to wake up, also starting to bring in the points, and that's what we want to see. We want to see points being brought in. We don't necessarily want the craziest amount of points, but they consistently need to try and bring in as many as they can possibly manage through the entirety of the matches. Already 3 matches done and dusted, only 12 more to go. No, I'm wrong. Yes, 12 more to go. There we go. My math did not fail me. So 12 more matches to go for what is left in this weekend. But we know today there's only going to be 2 more matches to go. So all these efforts need to be put in for the teams to try and secure those points. So we're still going to be looking towards SWAT 69, Triple Esports, and of course the players there from Mad Knight. But we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, the team's been stepping up, looking to rise to the occasion. But of course, we also have a little extra coming in for the viewers as well.
Yeah, I expect the viewers to rise to the occasion as well, and make sure you answer the questions that are dropping in the live chat over on the YouTube page and the Facebook page. Because if you do, you get to win all the cool stuff that's currently on your screen. So between your new Oppo phone and some of your sick goodies that you're going to get, you'll probably be in PMPL soon as well, and we'll be commentating on you because everyone knows it's all about the gear, right?
Yeah, let's say yes, says the, yeah, you know what I'm referring to. But either way, of course, we are now also going to be getting ready to hop into the break. So be sure to let us know on social media what you guys think. Be sure to hit us up on Instagram and Facebook. You can head over on towards the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa pages. Tell us what your thoughts are. Who do you think are going to be the teams to pick up our final 2 remaining chicken dinners of the day here? And with that, we are going to be making our way into a quick break to get ourselves ready for that 4th match. So be sure to not go anywhere, and we'll see you guys right back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. 3 games done and dusted. And of course, we're heading into a little bit of that jungle action. But before we go too far, of course, got to give a shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And Sam, this is now where the teams have an opportunity to come engage in that monster mode, because it is time for a little bit of that close quarter combat.
Here we go. We are in Sanhok. It's the second last map of the day. You can see that that flight path was pretty much just north. And this is where it gets really fun, right? This is the chaos we love to see. I like to see this. I like fire. I like drama. And I quite like the look of that zone, DK.
Yeah, it is quite nice sitting over on towards that western side. We also have a little bit of a potential contention coming up in towards Painan itself. So we see Intruder now also looking to make their way on through. But G3 also looking to explore a few of their options in the vicinities. We see Six God just, a little bit close onto that position. But looking west, it is going to be quite an interesting position. Up north, we got Slime sharing their space with also another potential play there. And of course, Virtual Gaming and the Super Young Stars up in towards Paradise. And, we'd love to see more people make their way into the competitive scene. So we also just saw on screen there that the PMCO registrations are open. They are open till the 13th of April. So be sure to click on the link in the pinned message in the live chat and go and register your team. And who knows, we could potentially see you right here up in PMPL Africa as well a little bit later on. But for now, it's going to be action time, Sam.
Fight, 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 fight. That's all I'm thinking right now, because it's already started. What you need to be thinking, though, is what the answer is to the question that's dropping in the live chat on the PUBG Mobile Africa channels on YouTube and Facebook. Because if you do, you can win some sick in-game loot. I love fights. I love this. Throw all the nades, throw all the mollies, all the fire, all the bombs, all the shooting. That's what Sanhok's all about. And look at Virtual Gaming. Look at the little fun that these two are having. That was fun. Little cheeky fun pan toss happening in there. I like that. I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, we can call one shot the Banisher. Because I think
your
that was
dad
one of...
jokes, DK, your dad jokes are something else. I've got to say, you have them dad jokes. You'll be a good father.
Yeah, like I've got to ask a few questions. People saying like, you make so many dad jokes. Do we need to be worried? And I'm like, well, not as far as I know, right? It's just how I roll. But yeah, I make up for I don't know, whatever. My lack of PUBGing skills, as we can see the teams now going absolutely crazy here. One shot getting knocked on down. Petrox just looking to avenge his teammate there. Joker also getting down in the trade-off, but a very separated kind of positioning we see coming in here for Joker.
This is an interesting one. I think he's going to be down, though. I mean, where he's sitting right now, it's just impossible. I think Petro's just going to go take him out through the smokes. Wait a little bit. Does Petro know he's in that smoke? He must. He must. He's trying to figure... This is brave. Virtual Gaming looking a little bit too confident, if you ask me. That was quite brave for him to just mess around a little bit. What are they doing?
Yeah, like I said, the carry is quite interesting to see the mechanic being used there. And of course, Virtual Gaming not satisfied with taking down their opponent while, covered up in smoke. Much rather pick them up, carry them out into the open where it's a little bit better and clearer to see what it is they're doing. And then, of course, going to town, getting right to work and making sure that they can add those elimination points. But of course, now we see Mad Knight and Slime 4KT also potentially getting ready to go to work.
I thought Virtual Gaming was just having a bit of a laugh there. I mean, they did the pan kill, then they carried the player around. I think that they were just having a giggle, which is actually quite good considering they were a team that came in at the start of today very low, possibly without a chance. That sort of confidence, that's impressive. I mean, that means that they're obviously feeling good. They're feeling a bit silly, probably giggling in the team chat, which is good. That's always something that's going to help. Mad Knights, Super Young Stars is out. Mad Knights was not the first engagement today, but it looks like they might be the second or third. We might even actually be on the fourth. Mad Knights kept quiet for a little bit, and that's impressive.
Yeah, and now they're just trying to figure out which way to best approach the situation. You can see Pronto coming up with a DBS. Oh, that thing is nasty, right? That is, especially in in these close quarter combats. That is an absolutely devastating weapon to be yielding.
Devastating, and he set himself up quite nicely here. You can see he's just waiting. So he knows that those two Mad Knights players, I think he knows that there's players in the building, but he set himself kind of behind the dumpster there. I don't think that they know he's there. And this is what I like. It's just a little bit of a clever sort of, at some point, someone's going to stick their head out of a window. Someone's going to do a little peek, and he's just nicely positioned. And then they've also got, you can actually see Storm behind him. So they can both see through those windows, and if they communicate correctly, they're going to be able to give each other the right call outs to get some possible some hits on the target.
Yeah, it could be possible, but only time will tell which way around it is going to be going, and how that cookie will be crumbling. But of course, Zero Tolerance also going to be looking to make a few things crumble as they are looking to find the closure up on towards SWAT 69, as we see Fash and El Chapo trying to just put a little bit of distance in between themselves and the players right behind them, which is Zero Tolerance. But Zero Tolerance, they also have a potential threat heading in their direction by the name of Blackjack. We see also now rotating up in towards that southeastern side of zone. Meanwhile, up in towards Hatin, things are chill, hey? It's a nice day, sun's out.
They're just hanging. Yeah, you're just hanging. And then you've got one player just sunbathing behind the dumpster. We've got some other players who are just enjoying some quiet time in the lounges of whatever building they found themselves in. Agent 47 here is just, meditating, having a look at the wall and considering life. This is very calm. You know what the issue here is I do believe Mad Knights knows that there's a team outside. Slime knows that Mad Knights is inside, and I don't think either of them want to have an engagement. Oh, as I say that, they all change their minds. Now they're going to go at it.
But that's how it goes, right? If you want something to change, start talking about it, and then the teams go like, yeah, maybe let's do it, right? But now it's down to whether or not Mad Knight is going to be looking to play an aggressive game or defensive game, because Slime, they still need to find their way up into the zone. As we can see, they've not really locked in that position just yet. Meanwhile, a few hits are making their way up on towards Plaza here. As you can see, that health bar super low. Plaza now just trying to scrape on through, quickly trying to bring in that med kit to push their health bar back into the more preferred position. But now, the Beast and Agent 47 are going to be looking to come swinging.
I just think that this is not a fight that either of these teams should be dealing with right now. It's my personal opinion. But it's fun for me to watch, so we're going to keep doing that. Mad Knight's going to have to get there. Look, that Pronto knows that they're both down, knew that he was able to get them from behind the dumpster, so now he's going hunting. He just wants to get those final picks. He's like, we're done now. We had our fun. Look at this. Mad Knights is putting back a fight, and now look how it's changed. Slime is down. Mad Knights is this is it, boys. This is what we've been looking for. That backfired on Slime. They went up there thinking that they were just going to pick off Mad Knights, and it didn't quite work out that way, did it?
Yeah, it didn't. But now, Blue Zone is closing on through, so Agent 47 having a little bit of a instant regret coming through there. Now it is down to Zamo and Kingaman to try and clean up the mess we have unfolding up here in towards Hatin. MG also going to be yeeting himself off of a height somewhere, getting themselves knocked on down. That is super unfortunate, falling down into Quarry, as we can see on the map there. But now, will the rest of the team suffer a similar fate, or will they be able to get a bit of a swipe onto the players here from Zero Tolerance? You can see Vortex, deciding to take the vehicle on a little bit of a different approach, right? Why drive it straight when you can just go rolling?
When you can just go rolling. I do like a little bit of stunt driving. I'm a bit of a motorhead, so stunt driving is fun for me. So I like a little roll down the hill, see if you survive. Blackjack Esports just getting a little shot there, hoping that they can take down the Zero Tolerance player. Elimination point for Malhalla. And you can see Vortex is very quickly driving away, leaving his teammate behind. So long. Farewell. No, he's changed his mind. Is he going to come and help? No, he's not. That's the end for you. Good night. Vortex, now's the time to get in your car. Get going. Leave, my friend. Drive away. There's nothing here for you.
Yeah, no time for role playing here. Vortex needs to prioritize getting into that zone position, seeing that they are the only remaining hopeful for the side here of zero tolerance. So at this point, I do think Blackjack should have zero tolerance, as they are going to be looking to bring in those elimination points and get those squad wipes lined up. But now if we look over on towards Umbra, we see them positioned nearly center zone, just a little bit up north, but on some good vantage points here. And they've got Intruder, they've got Triple Esports, they've got Darkness, they've got G3. They've got a beautiful selection, a nice menu lying out in front of them, and they can just take their pick as to who they want to take the engagement with.
All of them. It will be delicious if we're picking off a menu. I would be careful if I was them about picking the engagement, just because I think what you could do is kind of bait all of the teams to come closer to you. Let them spot each other in the movements. Let them take each other out, and you just wait patiently. I think the big concern right now for me, though, is those teams that are outside of the zone or are having to make their way in. Specifically, those two teams that gave us so much fun. I mean, Slime and Mad Knights was fun to watch them, but now they're going to have to cross the bridge to get back in to the sort of the zone where it's playable. I think that they're going to get spotted. I mean, Lusail's got the bridge on lockdown, so Mad Knight's going to have to cross it. Lusail's going to fight with them. I don't know what Slime's goal is or how they plan to do it, but yeah, I think that fighting up there for as long as they did outside of the zone, as fun as it was for us to watch, is possibly put them in a difficult position now as they need to rotate back in.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge, but I do think they're up for it. So obviously they're going to be looking to try and survive as long as they possibly can. And you know, the pressure is starting to mount, as we can see a lot of teams in very close proximity. Now, this is also a relatively small map, so they are even closer than what it seems. Is like that little note that appears on your car mirror, right? Objects are closer than they appear. And I mean, Umbra and Intruder are going to be experiencing that firsthand now, as we have Umbra starting to advance a little bit further on towards that northern side of zone.
Look at Lusail, though, where they're situated, right? Mad Knights is going to have to go straight into them unless they move. I see they've got vehicles now, but like, this was my concern, right? As you coming in from far, you're going to have to face off against all these teams. Whereas there's other teams that have settled themselves quite nicely. I think, in my opinion, Triple Esports has the best location right now for where they are. They're sitting quite pretty. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for them. But I think Triple Esports probably best positioning slap bang in the center of the zone.
Well, it is going to be unique now, trying to hammer a few hits into the side here of Umbra, as we can see the first few blows already being dealt. Morteza also down for the count, but now it is up to Winky to try and hold on to the advances. But look at that, the shots continuing to rain on through. Wow, this is looking absolutely fantastic. And with that, an absolutely amazing squad wipe coming in. I mean, I was super worried for Winky in this position, but unfortunately for Umbra, Winky was just able to hold their own and deal with all those threats as they came in.
Fantastic job by Winky there, being able to do that, and obviously getting those points. They've got 5 elimination points right now. Only 2 players standing, and Darkness knows that they're there. Obviously heard the fight. Like you said, this is a very close. I'm going to change the course here, but this is a map where you are very close, meaning you hear all of these firefights. Darkness heard what was going on. You wait till the bullets and the gunshots stop, and then you figured out where everyone is, and now you can pick them off. And that's what's happened there, which is going to be concerning for the 2 remaining members of Unique.
But how are they going to play this, though? Because, I mean, here we go. End of the road for Slime. As you can see, Alpha Luigi not going to be letting anyone dare cross up in towards the zone, but they themselves now have to get out of the blue and into that safe zone. Meanwhile, the pressure, the tensions are building between Intruder and G3. As we can see, those utilities getting cooked up, sent on over. G3 down to 3 players with 6 God, having to pack their bags. But up comes Buden and the rest of the squad. Nacho, Buden, really being some really strong fraggers here. So if I was Intruder, I'd be a little bit more cautious on the approach. As you can see, also Intruder just keeping their distance. They're not trying to come in with a full frontal approach, a full rush right in towards them. But they have to come up with something, because we've got 1 million and Mad Knight also on the approach, as well as Virtual Gaming.
I think Mad Knight's going to struggle. I said this earlier. I do think that fight that they had with Slime early on, they stayed too long up the top. And now, having to rotate into this, look at the teams that they're going to have to face off against. It is, like you said earlier, DK, this is way closer than it seems. And it's made even more tough now by where the zone has adjusted to. I think that that's going to be a problem for Mad Knights, but that's not going to be our problem right now, because we're focusing on this battle, which is quite a few teams from what I can see. 1 million, Intruder, Lusail's around the corner, G3 is over there. This is what I love about Sanhok. Now it's just madness, right? No one's quite sure where everyone is, but you know that they're all around you. Mad Knights, I did mention this earlier, and it's happening right now. They are getting annihilated. This is what happens when you spend too long playing with your slime friends up at the other side of the map.
Yeah. Playing house, right? But now, of course, Wanted coming through with a beautiful shot right there onto the Beast. And Agent 47 now left to try and play a serious case of hide and seek. Already 4 points on the board there for the players coming through from Mad Knight. But how many more points will they be able to acquire? As we saw, the northern side here is still heavily congested. A lot of teams, a lot of players positioned up here, but things aren't looking any better moving up into the zone itself, as we have the players from PMPL Esports also just having a beautiful setup in anticipation of these teams rotating in behind them.
So my issue with Sanhok is, for the most part, no matter where the zone pops, is that you need to be center of it, especially in the end game. And I do think it's far easier to pick off those rotating in late, in my experience. So I do think that you need to set yourself up early. Mad Knight is gone now. That's a pity, but they're in double digits on the points. So that's a big step, starting the day on 0 into the double digits. Good on them. They've put up a good fight. They've lasted long today, so, and especially here on Sanhok. But for now, I think it's about, for the remaining teams, is finding the high ground, setting yourself up in the center, and then just watching the edges. That's the best. For me, that's the best way to play this map. Obviously, not everyone's cup of tea. If you have a different opinion, you can let us know on social media. It's not going to bug me. But for me, this is about just find yourself in a really good spot. And I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. I still think PMPL Esports has set themselves up quite nicely for the end game here.
Yeah, some good positioning that they have up in towards that northern side. But you were talking about Pity. I'll turn it into Pretty, right? We see the players here from Cryptics actually coming in with a relatively pretty approach, right? We got Lazy Boy and Carry Boy sitting on the front line with Senke. Oh, sorry, no, that's Senke up front. Carry Boy all the way back in the distance. But now, once again, it turns to Fash and El Chapo looking to pick up a few of those points, but also going to be looking to blaze their way into that lobby. And Lazy Boy doesn't seem too concerned, just hopping in the vehicle quickly, just bringing in that rotation, as they are very likely going to be looking to move closer towards that position. We see Marshall in, and that is going to be absolutely key for Cryptics, right? Because they have a controlling position in those compounds. The rest of the team still having to try and rotate in. And looking at the zone, it's going to be a very exposed terrain for them to try and move across.
I said PMPL Esports had set themselves up nicely, but as PUBG goes, the zone shifted, and now it's Cryptics. They're on such a good spot. If they can just set themselves up, they can just watch the edges and pick off teams as they come. They've also got themselves a little bit of a high ground advantage. It's really clever. Like you said, it's quite open for these teams coming in. I hope that they can hold this down. If they can hold that high ground where they're sitting, it's going to be a really nice one for them. Also, all these teams rotating in are going to be fighting with one another before Cryptic needs to pick them off. She says, as Lusail spots one of the Cryptics players, and now it's on. That nade is going to cause some damage. Is it going to land? This is my favorite thing about PUBG Mobile. is just the nade play, right? The
Mm.
players, the pro players, they just nail it. They can cause so much damage with one grenade.
Yeah, but that's also something we see being quite a big part of the Africa scene, right? The teams rather being quite proficient when it comes to the utilities and how they utilize the utilities and send them out to cause havoc across the
DK.
board.
As
But
the day progresses, you just it's like I don't know. It just keeps coming, right? You're on fire. You like warm up. You're a little bit like Mad Knights. You need a bit of time to warm up, and then you just fire hotter and hotter as you go.
yeah, it just never stops, right? It's even IRL. It's the exact same thing. But you know, now it's down to our final 7 teams to fight it out to see who will be walking away with the winner chicken dinner right here in the jungle. We know no chickens or turkeys up for grabs here today. Already seeing that there's only 2 games left, but it still could be taking a bit of a swing here as we see Semke now trying to pick up Exist off in the distance as they have a little bit of a worrying angle. It is going to be Winky and Exist trying to get ahead of that blue zone. But now the shots continue to rain on in. SWAT69 down to 1. Virtual Gaming sitting on 2. Blue zone applying pressure. Marshall and Senke. Oh, the gatekeepers of the zone. And with that, Marshall lands another devastating blow. Zeus now trying to ride a few clouds, trying to get up into that zone. Unique, unfortunately, getting sent back as El Chapo steps up. But now Lusail comes in for that third-party play in behind them.
Lusail's got the advantage here. From the moment the zone shifted, they know exactly where Cryptics is. They know Cryptics is coming in. They're going to have this fight with SWAT69, but I think that they can pick off. And the zone's going to swap again very soon. Look at that. They've got the perfect spot now. They just have to work as a team, keep their eyes on everyone. Cryptics, I don't think... There we go. As I said it, I saw it coming. That's what happened.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful play coming in once again. Lusail also picking up another chicken. So that is their second chicken. So we've been seeing 2 teams so far just really grabbing those winner chicken dinners. So, I mean, there's no complaints from my side. It's good to see the consistency being brought in. But now that does make it quite challenging for the teams who are in urgent need of points to potentially try and secure even more of them. As we know, there's only 1 more match to go. So 4 games so far done and dusted. Gotta say, Jungle, quite satisfying with the performance that the teams brought to the battlefield.
Was it satisfying? Sam at the end is busy analyzing Lusail's positions, and I know that DK is jumping in his chair being like, the action. But I'm all about the look where they're positioned, look where they rotated, look where they're sitting. And DK's like, look at all the people they're shooting. But yes, that's Sanhok for you, right? Nice and quick, goes through fast. Just make sure that you get yourself that high ground advantage and pick everyone else off. This is a good one for Lusail. It's going to give them a lot of confidence. They're sitting in that 4th spot, so this will give them a lot more points. And I think some of the teams will walk away happy with what they've done. Also, some of the other teams maybe not feeling so good. However, the fact that we go to Erangel after this, which is a map that everyone knows, everyone plays, I think it will be an interesting one. Sanhok's always fun. It's nice and quick, gets all that action done, but now we're going to move on to the final map, and that's where the big boy players are going to start coming in.
Yeah, and well, of course, you know, Lusail now picking up their second chicken, also back-to-back. So maybe the turkey is still on the table. We don't know, right? We know if Asab, if it was up to you, would say no to turkey, rather go for chicken. But, you know, it's one of those potential things that could be happening. And the teams really bring in some very surprising performances. It was good to see the players there from Mad Knight also bring in a little bit more discipline, not playing such a costly game in those early phases. Yeah, it was an interesting exchange with them, with the Slime 4KT starting over towards Hatin, you know, just playing house up there. But fortunately, they all started to move a little bit further on down. Of course, speaking of which, let's hop up into those highlights to see a few of those amazing plays once again. Some pretty entertaining plays there again, eh, Sam? Like, I mean, jungle, it's always so interesting to see and so satisfying once the teams really get into those close quarter fights. And I mean, it takes quite a few surprising turns along the way.
Do you want to break down that last fight for us and how Lusail got the chicken dinner, seeing as I was so busy talking about positioning that you didn't have an opportunity to do it?
Well, they kind of look to play not only towards, bringing in the chicken, but also just looking to bring in as much of a strategic approach, I would say, maybe, right? Coming in for the side of Lusail, because I mean, looking at what they brought in the previous match as well over on Erangel, they really started to build up some good momentum. And I think essentially here it's just trying to kind of ride the storm, be it the blue storm or be it positioning wise, and going up against the players there from Cryptics. I mean, we've seen several times, Cryptics is definitely not an easy team to deal with once you encounter them on the battlefield. But Lusail, they've also been around the block 1 or 2 times, and we can see the points coming in on the leaderboard here. It is looking relatively fairly spread out for the most part, but it was a little bit of a traveling performance coming in for Team Umbra, Super Young Stars, and Slime 4KT.
They got 0 points, but I think what's important is the teams that are fighting it out at the bottom, trying to make sure that they can finish in the top 16 to make it to finals. 3 of them did really well. Mad Knight finishing in 7th. That's going to get them some placement points. We also saw them take down some players, so they'll get some elimination points. And then, of course, SWAT 69 and Virtual Gaming finishing in 4th and 2nd for this. That's what they want. These teams need placement points. They need elimination. So I think what's really impressed me today has been how the majority of the teams at the bottom, the ones who really need points to make it into the top 16 and ultimately the finals, have just elevated their game and arrived with a very clear goal in mind. And when you take a look at the overall rankings, I'm going to be incredibly curious to see how it has affected the bottom part of these rankings. And of course, the gap between G3 and G3 Temper and Lusail is a really interesting one to watch as well. Of course, the placements here don't really make a difference into finals, but it's more just a confidence thing. Obviously, if you finish above your competitors, it's always going to put a little bit of pressure on them. So I think that's the battle at the top end. For me, it would be G3 Temper versus Lusail. But the battle I really want to see is how these points have affected the changes here.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that top end looking pretty heavy, but even looking over on towards the second page, right, it is still relatively close, as we've got not a lot of points now separating the position. We see Masters Esports and YONKOUS still holding, with the Intruder just slowly encroaching on that position. So still another opportunity on the table for Intruder to take that leap and get up ahead of Masters and YONKOUS. But still, some really good efforts being put in by both Triple Esports, SWAT 69, and then, of course, still Mad Knight. We're not seeing the exact amount of points we'd love to see, but still, points on the board are better than donuts.
Better than donuts. So I'm trying to do the maths here. SWAT 69 has scored 50 points, right? If they did 50 points every day of Super Weekend, that would give them 150 points. Still wouldn't be enough, if I'm not mistaken, to knock out one of the top 16. So that means that they are going to have to bring a far bigger game to the next Erangel that we see and for the rest of the weekend if they want to find themselves in the top 16 for finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of hard work that needs to be brought in, and they got to try to up the performance that they've been bringing in today. And I do believe that we'll be seeing exactly that happening over the 2 remaining days. Day 1 is a little bit of that litmus test potentially happening. The team's just trying to get a feel of what the lobby is, and we do see quite a drastic changeover coming through on towards that second day. So really hopeful that things could still be on the up and up for both SWAT 69 and, of course, the players coming in there from Mad Knight. But we also want to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgraded performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, again, we know some great things are yet to come. And of course, there is an extra little bit in for the viewers as well.
Something great for the viewers, for sure, for supporting PUBG Mobile Esports in Africa. If you're in the live chat right now on either the YouTube or the Facebook page, there is a question dropping. If you answer it correctly, you can get one of those all those amazing items, maybe. Even, who knows, it's a lucky drop available to you. So just answer the question and good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Some pretty nice things on the table there. But of course, it is time for us to head over into a quick break while we get ready for our final match of the day, match number 5. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. Of course, well, we are on our final match of the first day of the last Super Weekend. That is a long thing to say, but we said it, we've done it, here we are. And of course, we've seen the team step up throughout the day with two teams coming in with back-to-back chicken dinners so far. So I'm curious to see who's going to be picking up this fifth chicken dinner that's up for grabs. Any predictions on that front, Sam?
Maybe it'll be a turkey. So maybe G3 Tempo or Lusail will take it. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see. I do want to quickly just say something. I know that people are maybe wondering where Proxy is today because she's obviously been your partner in crime the whole way through. She is off for the weekend on a well-deserved rest. So I'm just standing in, but she will be back with you after that. So just keeping everyone updated. From a predictions point of view, though, I would like to see a turkey, and if I can't have a turkey, then I want to see one of the bottom teams that are struggling to fight to get into the top 16 taking home a chicken dinner, because that's what's fun about predictions. You can just be outlandish. So what about you, DK?
I have to agree. I mean, that sounds just amazing, right? So if it was any of the teams sitting on that lower end of the leaderboard looking to just surprise us with some absolutely fantastic plays, please do so. Step up. Just go absolutely crazy. Bring in some well-deserved winner chicken dinners across the board. But of course, now it is time for us to hop on that plane to see where it is going to be going. And this is one of the few times we see a very vertical flight path coming in.
I haven't seen one of these in a long time. Look at that. South. That's where we're going. All the way down.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw one of these flight paths was when dial-up was still a thing. And
How old are you, DK?
let's not go there.
You did.
Old enough to know
what dial-up is.
Old enough to know what dial-up is and what it sounds like and how slow it was and how riveting, and suspenseful it was.
The more you talk, the more you're digging yourself. If you had a pan, you would just be using it to dig yourself into a hole. I'd be running around trying to hit people with it. You'd be digging your hole. I'm going to be interested to see where the zone pops based off of this flight path, though, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, like, whichever way it goes, I just hope it's not south, right? I hope it's not south.
Why?
Like, I'd be super satisfied with the northern zone or anywhere else but south, right? That is what I would be super satisfied with. All I want is a
military circle.
No.
Yes!
See? But that's how it works. You got to say if it is what you want, you say you don't want it, right? Because then the PUBG gods listen. And they go like, oh, you don't want south? Great, we'll give you south. Here you go.
So I would like this to end on military, but that doesn't happen often. So fingers crossed. But for now, this is an interesting one, obviously. And you can see some of the teams choosing to drop on military. The chances of it being a military circle are slim to none. And I think what we need to talk about, though, is the 2022 PMCO spring registrations that are open now, because this is an opportunity for more players to compete and more teams for us to commentate on.
Yeah, as we know, like the registrations, they close on 13th. So be sure to check out the link in the pinned message in the live chat. Get your team registered. We'd love to be commentating on you participating in these events as well. And who knows, maybe we even see you playing in PMPL.
Then we get to commentate you. It'll be fun. If you are in the chat, we want to make sure that you get rewarded as well. So don't forget to answer that live chat question so you can be part of the lucky drops. You saw them up on your screen a little bit earlier. Here is Mad Knight, our absolute favorite. Are they going to go for that first early engagement? Look, it looks like they're going to. I think this is just their thing. Maybe this is their style, that they want to take these early fights. I mean, I can sit here and break down why I think it's a bad idea, but then they obviously proved me wrong on Sanhok. But it looks like, and it's 1 Million Esports, a team that we've seen them battle out with once before. It looks like there's going to be a battle. Is there going to be a battle? That's my question. Now I'm watching very carefully to see if they've seen each other and if they're going for the fight. Mad Knight and me and myself are never going to we're just never going to see eye to eye on this.
Yeah. I mean, like, well, at least you can give them points for persistency, right?
Consistency as well. They consistently go for the first fight. It hasn't worked out well for them 90% of the time, but consistently that's their game. Or maybe it is just a matter of the fact that they tend to drop in similar loot spots to other teams, and then they're contesting all the time. I mean, that's something that I also think maybe I haven't really I've sat ranting, but the truth is this could just be a matter of them choosing to drop in the same places as other teams, and that's more than understanding considering we haven't really seen them in a super weekend before. Maybe it is a matter of just they constantly find themselves contesting. DK.
It could be. I mean, it's difficult to say because we're not in on the comms. We can't hear what the conversation is that's going on. You know, it could be one of many things. Maybe they were just like, you know what, to heck with it. We're gonna drop down in Pachinki, look to get into a little bit of a sweaty engagement, and you know, whoever else is there looking to join us for the party, step up. You know, the door's open. You're welcome to join. Please just don't send us back into the lobby. If you do, we'll try and avenge ourselves and you know retaliate or whatever it is we want to call it. But yeah, ideally, either of these teams, they should either decide to push or disengage, because you know having a bit of a siesta on Pachinki, I mean there's probably a time and place for that. I'm not quite sure whether or not it would be the time and place in the first phase or maybe the second phase, you don't know, but ideally we want to see those rotations come out. We want to see the teams being lively, and you know Mad Knight, they need to push for a little bit more points.
They definitely need to push for a lot more points. I'm just watching some of the movements while these teams set themselves up. We're busy waiting to see if Mad Knights and 1 Million end up battling. But while we're doing that, I do find it quite interesting that Super Young Stars and Intruder are choosing to stay on military and haven't moved out yet. The zone will pop very soon, and that will potentially determine whether they've made the right choice to hang out there. Normally, I find it's better to loot military and then get the hell out as fast as you can, because if the zone shifts, you don't want to be stuck there, because the moment you cross the roads, you're going to get caught out. Ooh, there are bullets, there are gunshots, and we've already started with the fights. It wasn't Mad Knight firing the first round. Look at that. It's Virtual Gaming and Team Unique.
Yeah, the trigger discipline paying off over in Pachinki, but up in the north, just south of Saverni, it is going to be a fight to the finish between Unique and the players here of Virtuals. You can see Petrox starting the party off onto Skirp. The first hit coming in, some really well-made connections, but now Winky also going to be sending out a quick, a little bit of a deterrent, trying to halt those advances coming through from Virtual, but Alpha Luigi will have none of that as the first knock comes on in over onto Winky as well. Now it is up to Chills and Exist looking to find their way around, but also they now need to potentially look at prioritizing positioning back in towards the zone, because they don't have the numbers advantage anymore, and they're also getting hunted by Virtual Gaming.
100%. This is a smart move. Disengage, get out. Virtual Gaming, though, is like, no, you don't get to run away. You shot at us. Come back and play. That's what they're going for it. They are literally going a hunting, which is obviously going to affect Unique badly. I think Unique may have waited too long to disengage from that fight.
I almost got chills right there, but so did Virtual Gaming as well, right? They almost got chills in that play, and fortunately, Chills deciding to leave the teammate behind and instead looking forward, looking to get that position. But it does seem like Chills could be just trying to outrun the players from Unique, or potentially setting up a bit of a gatekeep a little bit further up ahead. Could be a little bit of that bait and switch. Who knows? We'll have to keep an eye on that feed. But what we also saw in the feed coming in is the push coming from the players here of Mad Knight as they look to get, the nades sent over in it towards 1 million. Look at this Kingerman coming out of nowhere. Just going to town.
Pop off if you're going to do the fight. This is what I've been saying. I was saying don't do the early aggression. You weren't aggressive enough. But if you're going to play like this, this is the way you take on that early fight. Beautifully done by Mad Knight. You do have one more player standing. He's going to try and run away. Agent 47, Beast, I expect you to get him, and they are going to. Down they go. That's what I'm talking about. Mad Knight with the team kill. Good job. And hardly any damage on their side. I think they've lost one player. So now what they need to do is exactly what they're doing. Heal up, start loot up. Good idea as well. And then start moving. But good. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. I think I stole that from a cheerleading movie.
Yeah, and you're of course just cheering the teams on, right? That's what's happening, as you said before. You know, you're a big fan of Mad Knight, but now they gotta try and keep the efforts up, as we do see them now down to 3 players with Zamo, of course. Unfortunately, getting sent back into the lobby, but they can kind of stay in Pachinki at least for the time being, because the zone is not going to force them to rotate out. The other teams rotating in might have a bit of a different idea in mind, but we'll have to see where Triple Esports, as well as the players from the side there of Zero Tolerance, are going to be looking to move into. Umbra also getting themselves set up very centralized within the zone.
So if I were a fortune teller, I would predict that the zone will finish to the final zone will be up towards the north. I don't think it's going to go south. I think it'll carry on going north from here on out. What I do think is interesting, though, is currently where G3 has set themselves up. They are just on the other side of the bridge, and we saw them a little bit earlier where they had kind of positioned themselves, which means Intruder's going to have to, which Intruder's done, they've jumped into a vehicle, are going to have to face off against G3 if they want to find their way back into the zone. So this is going to be really interesting. I think now it's just going to come down to everyone moving in, right? So what you want to do is try and figure out the best possible spot. For me, if I were to take a gamble, I'd say go finish up towards the north. We can see one of the loot crates there. I normally feel that they kind of give you an indication of where it might end up. Of course, this is my very illogical opinion, but follow the loot crates. You'll probably end up getting knocked out, but look here, this is the exact fight I was talking about. G3 setting themselves up over the bridge. Intruder, in order to get out, is probably going to have to face off against them, which is going to cause a little bit of a tough one, because G3 was waiting for this. They knew that there had to have been teams that dropped at military. They knew that those teams would have to cross the road at some point.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at what Intruder is doing as well, they've not 100% committed to pushing across this bridge. And looking at what we can see on the map feed, that western bridge is now entirely open, so that could be a potential consideration for them. They of course don't have this information, but it's going to come down to whether or not they feel like they will be able to make enough of a play on this particular position. But looking at what we're currently seeing, it might be that Intruder are either going to come trying to go blazing across that bridge, or just maybe get themselves into the water or something, because there's still a lot of potential play that can come in towards that eastern bridge. But speaking about bridges, who's not anywhere close to a bridge is of course going to be Cryptics and Blackjack, as we see them positioned up in their compounds towards farm, and Lazy Boy just keeping a very watchful eye. Marshall also not too far away, but we also then have Senke and Carry Boy on the approach, just looking to potentially reinforce these positions.
I think for now everyone's just kind of waiting it out, and I mean it's the final game of the day. You don't want to be too aggressive. I think that most of them know that there's other teams reasonably nearby, close and nearby, but it feels to me like the pace has slowed right down. Other than that weird G3 Intruder argument that's going on there, which I think they're going to have to figure out very soon, because when the zone shifts again, that's going to be a problem for them if it does shift north, which commentators curse it probably won't, but they will have to sort that out. I just think right now everyone's kind of settling themselves in. Look at that was unexpected for me, especially with the amount of water. This is going to change it up completely, DK. So here's what's going to happen. One, Intruder now has to get over the bridge. I don't think they can swim. There's too many teams coming in. They start crossing that water, everyone's going to see them, and it's fun to shoot people in the sea. They need to cross the bridge. G3 set themselves up really nicely. 2 of their members are in vehicles. They're moving out. The other 2 are going to sit on the bridge because they know what's coming. This is going to be really interesting. Also, because of the water, obviously, the play area is even smaller. So we're going to get some fun shootouts coming our way, which is exactly what we want. It's the last game of the day. I want lots of hype and excitement and chaos.
Yeah, well, whichever way we look at it, Intruder will have to get over it, right? Be it over the bridge or that position, they will just have to do something. And now looking over onto the western side, this is where things are going to get a little bit hot and sweaty, right? We got Umbra, we got SWAT 69, we got Super Young Stars, we got Triple Esports, all of them in the vicinity here. So there's going to be quite a bit of tensions building here.
How long were you sitting on the get over it joke, waiting for me to finish so you could drop it? I could hear it in your voice. You were so excited. You knew it was coming, and you couldn't wait to share. I know. And also, there's no one wants to share here, though, to be fair. If you take a look at these teams, everyone kind of wants to bully their way into the space. They all know that there's someone else there. So we're going to see a lot of these fights, I think, because the space is smaller. Oof, that is a really... I'm a big fan of nades. Explosions are fun. I like a well-placed nade.
Yeah, they're the bomb, hey? But now, of course...
No! DK! Oh my gosh!
Gonna be trying to close it up as well. To answer your other question, it was a spur of the moment thing, as many of my puns are. But, you know, it's just one of those things. Now, Umbra, Morteza, sending one out. What I'm really satisfied to see, looking at Morteza, is that in league play, Morteza was the bullet magnet, right? All the shots that came onto Umbra first and most of the time went straight on towards Morteza. This time around, an entirely different situation, but a good push, a healthy amount of pressure being applied here by Umbra onto the players here from SWAT69 now.
So while we're watching this battle on your screens, I can confirm that G3 Temper moved away from the bridge. Obviously made a decision that it made more sense to move into the center of the zone as opposed to wait for Intruder. So Intruder has been able to cross the bridge. That's something that you need to know just because we were focusing on that quite a bit. But right now, Umbra, with the utils going through the windows, trying to hit someone or do some damage. So far, though, no luck.
Yeah, and there's not going to be much luck just yet between SWAT and Umbra. As we can see, both teams still looking to hold onto the building. They don't want to let it go, seeing that it is also now situated within zone. So it still continues to be a good investment. But it does seem like Umbra are going to be trying to push up as aggressively as they can. As you can see, Morteza now coming through with some blazing spray downs. Fash also goes down, and it now turns to El Chapo. Try and bring in the final few efforts, but Umbra so close to getting that full entire squad wipe. El Chapo coming under some severe fire. Will he be able to out-dodge them? That's not even a word, but let's see whether or not he'll be able to do it as the shots continue to come on in, and unfortunately SWAT69 gets stopped right there as Triple Esports actually comes in with a beautiful off-angle play, but they've also lost Thor in the rush on in. Mad Knight right behind them. And the same can be said there for Unique as well.
SWAT69 is going to be bitterly disappointed with that after such a strong showing, starting the day with donuts, finishing on 50 points. They would have wanted a bigger finish here at the end of today, so they won't be too happy with that. But unfortunately, that's what happens when we're PUBGing. And now we go straight back into the action. Mad Knight's still hanging around. They've been very quiet. Good on them. They have those five points. If I look there, they've got 2 damaged players, 2 players down. So possibly have been in a few other firefights. Umbra, though, picking off Triple. Know that they're there because they obviously saw Triple come in. This is where it gets interesting because obviously everyone's hearing bullets. Everyone knows pretty much that there's fights happening elsewhere. Now you just need to decide if you want to come in. Cryptics just went out as well. These are all the names we've seen up at the top. Team Unique. These are all the names that were sitting at the top. This looks like it's going to be a very different top 4 to what we're used to, maybe.
Yeah, viva la resistance! The teams look to make a bit of a stance here, of course. AWAM, ooh! That molly didn't really go according to plan, as that I don't know if that was self-inflicted or at the hand of Umbra, but either way, Umbra are going to be looking to capitalize on that as AWM now gets ended rather abruptly. But fortunately, it is a few additional points on the board for the side there of Umbra. Mad Knight, meanwhile, now try to still find their way up in towards the zone. Triple Esports coming under some severe fire. As you can see, their last hopeful from Mar, trying to shoot from afar, holding that rather more a ranged assault, but a quick crash coming in now from Mad Knight as they step up to the compound. But unfortunately, Umbra was ready to welcome them in and, of course, warmly sends them right back up in towards the lobby. Wasted now getting traded off as well. Some really interesting shots coming in there from Mar.
I loved that crash from Mad Knight. Umbra saw them and said good night. I don't know why they did that. Why they drove in and jumped out of their cars like that to have that fight. Very quickly taken down. Especially when it was very clear that this fight was happening between these two teams. But I suppose I will never know when we take a look now. Umbra's playing very aggressively. DK, I think they want to give you that chicken dinner, because they are going full ham with any team that comes near them, as we just saw with Mad Knights, who are going to be I don't think they'll be too disappointed. I mean, 6 points is 6 points, but I do think that they could have done a little bit better. And as I say that, the zone has adjusted. What do you think of that?
Oh, I mean, that looks pretty great for G3 and Zero Tolerance, right? But there's still a nice rotational path for Umbra and even Miramar to take up in towards the zone. Same can be said for Super Young Stars, but it's all going to come down to first come, first serve, because the first team to move into the available compounds within the zone, as we know, it won't be Slime. But the first team to do that, they could find themselves in a very advantageous position. And of course, we did see the players there from Slime also now just getting set on fire, making their way back into the lobby. Blackjack with a little bit of a delayed rotation here. Only a few moments left before the blue zone catches up to their current position. But in the meantime, they are going to be aiming all their efforts onto the players here from Intruder, who are looking to quickly come dashing into a more established position, but trying to stop along the way. And this is kind of what Blackjack was hoping for, I guess.
Possibly what they're hoping for. I think what's really interesting here is how all these teams are engaging with one another across different directions. So there isn't like a clear, this is a one-on-one fight. That they're all sort of taking a shot and giving it a chance. You can see Lusail coming in now. You've got all of these teams around each other, and they're all just kind of trying to get the kills. I think this is a points hunt now for a lot of these teams, and they want to fight. That wasn't a great nade. Was that his nade that got him there?
I'm not quite sure. It's difficult to say because there was quite a few.
There were quite
back
a few.
and forth.
There was lots of utils flying everywhere. For a moment, I thought that it could have potentially been something else, but we will never know. And now it is done. Look at all of these teams. So you can just see this is like a full-on firefight now. Lusail's trying to take that building because they want that coverage, I think, which will help them. And look how fast these teams are just getting removed quickly, as they're all pretty much jumping into the same spot.
Yeah, it almost looks like someone's jamming that Control-Alt-Delete as they're just going to town here. But the shots flying back and forth. Darkness trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep on the southern side of the zone. Intruder, Lusail also trying to still find that rotational path in. Blackjack could be looking to throw quite a few things in the works here. Up comes Omar. Down goes Omar. And with that, the whole team of Intruders making their way back in towards the lobby. Only 6 teams now remain. Lusail looking a little bit weathered there, so we can see Chico now just trying to squeeze into the zone. Super low on that health bar. Blackjack as well as Umbra just tapping away over on towards that southern side. Darkness also just barely holding on. You can see a lot of those hits and knocks finding their way on in. But here we go. Shadow now coming under fire as Whiskey quickly deals with the scout from the side on Umbra. But I'm curious to see what PRZ, Morteza, and well, the rest of the team are going to be bringing in here, because, you know, there's not a lot of options really with regards to positioning coming into the zone. And G3, they just looking absolutely golden, but already Umbra sitting on 14 eliminations, so they are going to be looking to clean this entire lobby out.
My thing here is who has been the quietest team so far, and it has been G3 and ZCS. They've kept very quiet. They've kind of just, I mean, they're rotating in, but they haven't got involved in these fights. Umbra looks amazing. They've been very aggressive. The kills are coming in. They want the chicken dinner. I just worry that they are going to completely find themselves in a situation where they've dropped all their utils, they've dropped all their med packs, they've been in all these fights, and then right at the end, when they need that firing power, you're going to see a G3 or a ZCS come in and third party them. I hope that's not the case, but I do worry.
Well, so far it is looking relatively disgusting for Umbra, all right? 18 eliminations. Please. I mean, the highest we've seen so far was 21. Looking at the number of teams and players still alive, Umbra going to be looking to challenge that. Now, Cryptics was the team that came in with 21 eliminations. So far, Umbra putting in a really, really strong effort. Zero Tolerance still rocking a full squad. G3 still rocking a full squad. So that could pose a few problematic plays a little bit further up ahead. Who will not be providing any of those problematic plays will be the team there from Blackjack, as they now have been sent back into the lobby, walking away with 13 total points to their name. But the pressure is still going to be riding high, as it is a 4v4v4 moving into this next 7th phase.
I want whatever Team Umbra took before this game. My word, they're not on fire. They're setting everyone else on fire. Their calling has been fantastic. I'm not 100% sure who calls in their team, but you can actually see that someone is giving so much good insight into where different members are sitting, and who's ever calling is making sure that certain members of Umbra pick off where they need to pick off. They're doing a phenomenal job. As I say that, obviously struggling a little bit now, a few injuries. I thought this might happen because of the silence of G3, who have now found themselves in a good spot. They wait. This is what they do. Umbra taking the fight to ZTS allows G3 an opportunity just to read the battlefield a bit better and set themselves up the way they're doing right now. But because of the way Umbra's played, I'm rooting for Umbra here. I kind of feel like aggression should be rewarded, DK.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's like it's 20 eliminations later. Like what the frick is going on? It is absolutely beautiful to see now. Umbra down to 2, but the pressure is coming in from the side here of G3, just looking to capitalize on their numbers advantage. Wasted. Gets wasted, and off they go. Umbra walking away with an absolutely insane amount of eliminations, second highest we've seen to date. Now G3 up against Zero Tolerance. Who will be the team to walk away with that very, very tasty final chicken? G3 already sitting with 7 eliminations, Zero with 1. Oh, Sam, it could swing either which way still.
Both of these teams, I mean, I called them out earlier where I told you that they were sitting so quietly in the top there. And I said I was surprised everyone else was fighting and they'd been so quiet. I think they both got the same game plan, which was to chill out. However, Zero Tolerance seems to have the upper hand here. I just think that they might be able... They've got the smokes, they've got the vehicles for cover. As I say that, I wouldn't have got in that vehicle. Maybe setting it up for the teammates. It's anyone's game, actually. I can't call this one. I think they have such a similar style. It's going to come down to who's quicker on the trigger, and it looks like it might be G3.
Yeah, it is going to be a serious game of fastest fingers first. And so far, Hates down for the count. Cortex going in for that res. The pressure is going to be on, as you can see. G3 now trying to play a more aggressive approach coming into this next zone. As the blue zone is, of course, closing on up. We'll make our way up into that 8th phase. But looking at the approach coming through from G3, it's going to be a relatively quick play coming in, as I don't think they want to spend too much time looking to pick up all these engagements. You can see Nacho also just blazing on through, rushing in there with a buggy, sneaking in right behind Zero Tolerance, finding a beautiful angle on towards Lord, and the rest of the team as Hates gets down. Down goes Nacho, up comes the rush. Flacco and the rest of the squad now going to be looking to clean this one out. Skydo going to be holding that defensive front line. Nacho, of course, sending a lot of information through to the back end. Down goes Flacco. Ooh! Skydo, Vortex, Hates. It's going to be a 3v1 up against the last remaining hopeful there, which is 6 guard. And now Zero Tolerance looking to close it out. 6. Just got to hope and pray that those angles line up as Buden goes down. Vortex goes down. Oh, sorry, that was Skydo, but with the final hits, it is the chicken in the hands of Zero Tolerance, walking away with some fantastic points there. And, of course, breaking the streak of those potential turkeys to find their way onto the battlefield here. So what a great play that was coming in from Zero Tolerance. And I got to agree, They seem to have at least moving into this last match, a very similar kind of mindset approach with regards to their positioning and the strategies they look to apply into those later phases.
I have a firm belief that if you control the pace of the game, that you control the game. And I think that that's what they did there. They also played it really slow, which is what G3 likes to do. Kept very quiet. But I think at the end there, they kind of forced the G3 hand. I think G3 thought that they had their number. They got a pick. They saw someone stand up. They went in super aggressive, kind of wanting to finish this. And I don't think that they realized that Zero Tolerance had set themselves up in such a way that that wasn't going to happen. I also think what was interesting was how quick they were to get the reses. They dropped their smokes. They got those reses. That saved them at the end of the day when those players were down. G3, on the other hand, chose not to get the reses and kind of just go in for the firefights. I think that maybe wasn't the best way to do it. A little bit of confidence, of course, when you've had 2 chicken dinners, of course you're going to do that. But Zero Tolerance showing that patience pays off, DK. Sometimes you just need to sit pretty for a little while. And it all works out right at the end there, though, getting super aggressive. Really impressive from them. And I'm always excited when we see new teams getting chicken dinners. I know it means cash in their pocket as well. So good job, Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, that in fact was their 4th winner chicken dinner so far in Super Weekend. So the team's really starting to put in some strong efforts, looking to bring in a little bit more of that cash, and as Ez would say, it's the extra spice coming in on those chickens, making them just taste so delicious. And I can't disagree with that. A lot of teams chasing that.
I really need to eat some food after this. Chicken wings. Who delivers? We gotta get some chicken wings. I'm gonna have chicken wings for tomorrow. Really impressive performance. So some standout teams. I'll be interested to see how they perform tomorrow. I think what was disappointing for me was some of those teams that have had such a good day, the SWAT 69s, the virtual gaming, just not being able to pull it out in that final map. That's always devastating because they had such a good run. You kind of want them to end today feeling confident. Whereas now they're probably going to end today feeling a little bit despondent. I hope that's not the case because, of course, that's where the fun is. That's where we're focusing, those teams and who's going to make it through to the top 16 and ultimately the finals.
But I also got to say, very impressive performance coming through from Umbra, picking up 20 eliminations alongside that 3rd place. I mean, it was absolutely insane to see all those eliminations just continuously piling on up. And I believe when we look at the highlights that could be making their way on through as well, there could be quite a few of those Umbra plays coming in. So without any further ado, let's hop straight into the highlights.
Getting a chance to see that again, really good play from Zero Tolerance. I think that's also going to be great for them as we move into day number 2 of the Super Weekend, because you can kind of hold on to that and roll it forward. It's always good to end on a good note because it brings in confidence as you move into day number 2.
Yeah, but I mean, I was looking at that, right? Umbra came into the 4th phase with 0 eliminations to their name, right? Literally 10 minutes later, they were sitting on 20 eliminations. That is That's insane, right? That is absolutely insane to see. And of course, this entire match was absolutely insane. Umbra, of course, taking pole position there on 30 points, taking that finish in the third place and 20 eliminations to their name. But then, of course, we got Zero Tolerance coming in with their 20 points alongside G3 Temper. So a beautiful dance all the way to the very, very finish of this match. But also, I want to commend Mad Knight for that engagement they had over in towards Pachinki, right? That was such a beautiful rush that we saw coming in there from them. Kingerman, absolutely beautiful plays, just coming, blazing on into those buildings. So we'd love to see even more of that come in. But again, good points being brought in across the board.
100%. The Mad Night Rush was fantastic. I want to see more of that. If they're going to do those early engagements, I want to see more aggression from them tomorrow. Obviously, disappointing for SWAT 69. They desperately needed a good game. They're going to be feeling this a little bit. Triple Esports as well, probably feeling it a bit as much as well. We've got to look at these teams that are obviously struggling at the bottom there. So, of course, when we started today, it was Mad Night, SWAT 69, Virtual Gaming, Intruder, and Triple Esports. All of them need to do big games, and some of them just aren't quite delivering. I'm swapping all my words around because it's the end of the day, and it is gonna be concerning when you take a look at the overall standings. I don't think any team has done enough as yet to knock out Masters Esports or YONKOUS from their spot, which means those two teams are going to sleep very well tonight.
Yeah, well, at least after the first day, but I wouldn't get too relaxed because we know there's still 2 more days of play to come. So that means still 10 more matches to bring a lot of changes up into the overall rankings. Of course, Cryptics just being absolutely insane. They're already just advancing themselves 99 points ahead of third place, right?
That's madness.
99.
Madness. That just shows you what consistency does, right? So maybe you didn't see Cryptics. I think today they've actually 3 times they've finished in the top 4 today alone. So maybe no chicken dinners, but just those 3 times, that gives them the points they need. Look at the big difference there. And of course, they have those 5 chicken dinners as well. So this is impressive for them. They'll finish on top. Means nothing. It just means they'll go into finals. But it does mean something, because I think what ends up happening is all the teams below you are a little bit terrified because you become scary when you have that big a lead.
Yeah. Yeah, it is rather intimidating looking at that. But, what we also are looking at is that second page. We can see still a lot of contention coming in here. We have Intruder slowly but surely creeping up towards where YONKOUS is. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more of a drastic change coming into tomorrow's games. But the rest of the teams, they still have a little bit of that cushioning, right? Because I do think once Intruder kind of gets up ahead of where Masters Esports is, that's when the Super Young Stars are going to start feeling the pressure. But ideally, Super Young Stars would like to kind of deal with that before it becomes a problem.
If Intruders can push themselves up into one of those spots. Right now they are in 16th, which is where you want to be, because the top 16 are the teams that are going to qualify for the finals. But ultimately, you kind of want to move yourself up there, so you've got a little bit of a safety net. They had a good start today, Intruders, but I feel like they're probably going to have to do a little bit more tomorrow. On the lower end, so these are the teams that aren't anywhere near there: Triple Esports, SWAT 69, Mad Knights. Let's be realistic. There are 10 more games to go, but they are going to have some serious pop-off games if they want to contest for a spot in the finals.
Yeah, they will really have to pop off like it's no one's business. And, like Triple Esports, they're only 25 points behind Intruder Africa. So that's definitely not outside the realm of possibility for them to try and achieve. I mean, SWAT currently being 88 points behind that 16th position. So there's going to be a lot of focus that needs to be brought in by SWAT to try and close that gap. But even more so if we look over on towards the players there from Mad Knight, because they are currently sitting on 117 point difference. So it's not impossible, but they're going to have like back-to-back perfect games.
It's not impossible, but it's not realistic. Let's be fair. However, weirder things have happened in PUBG Mobile, so I reserve judgments. I'll still be here shouting at them when I think they get it wrong, but shouting for them when they get it right.
Yeah. And that's the most important part, right? And I mean, we already saw a little bit of a change upcoming through for Mad Knight as we eventually kind of saw what their strategy was. Even though it took them potentially 5 games to show that, the fact is they showed it, right? And now they just need to try and build upon that and look to maybe get it a little bit more solidified and a little bit more consistent as well. Because it's all good and great getting those early game engagements, but you also got to be able to last far up into those late few phases. So, you know, hoping to see those evolutions come in. And I mean, if we've been seeing a lot of that happening for a lot of the other teams, so it's definitely a possibility for them. It is a little bit challenging having that evolution and then being forced coming in on the last super weekend, the final opportunity to try and qualify for the finals. But still, as you said, it's not an impossibility. It could maybe potentially happen, you know, seeing that it is PUBG and, you know, a lot of PUBG can take place.
A lot of PUBG can take place. You know what else needs to take place? Umbra needs to get a chicken dinner. That's what we gotta be holding out for that. So much needs to happen in the next 2 days. I'm gonna write a list. I need to get chicken wings. Umbra needs to get a chicken dinner, and Mad Knights needs to try and make the top 16. I do think it's going to be really difficult for them. I think if some of these teams continue to play that they are the way that they are, I don't think Mad Knights is going to do it. And I don't like to be that person who creates false expectations for someone watching at home. But I would like to see them improve. I think that they've really showcased that they can be better than what we've seen, and I'd love to see more of that as the weekend progresses.
Oh, well, as the weekend progresses, there's going to be a lot of action coming through on the battlefield. But of course, we have to take a quick moment to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, and that is going to go straight over to Oppo. So, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, Sam, I don't know about you, but in my opinion, first day, it was pretty grand, right? We had 2 teams coming in with back-to-back chicken dinners. We had a 30 bomb being dropped at the hand of 20 eliminations being acquired. Umbra coming so very close to finding one of those winner chicken dinners. But who knows? Maybe day 2 will be a little bit better.
I think day 2 can only get better because the spice has dropped and it's got to get spicier. That's how this goes, and I'm looking forward to it. What incredible PUBG Mobile action we got to see. What an incredible level of competition. And to everyone watching at home, I hope that you enjoyed all of that action because this was my first foray into PUBG Mobile, and I might stick around because this is fun.
It's been a lot of fun, and of course, unfortunately, that is, or rather sadly, it is going to bring us to the end of the action here today. All 5 matches done and dusted, but we still have 10 more to come in tomorrow and the day thereafter. So be sure to join us in for all the action. We look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. Same time, same place, and hopefully even more crazy PUBG Mobile action. Stay safe. See you later.